1.75 euros up top for the winner. 8 players still remain. Let's meet them now. In seat 1, he's a player so good at poker, multiple countries try to claim him as their own. He's the only player in today's event who is in for 2 bullets, but luckily for him, they've all cashed. From the UK and Australia, Stephen Chidwick.
Known as Stevie 444 online, second in chips at the start of this final table.
The player in seat 2 is the Sultan of Swag. He is 5th on Germany's all-time money list, and a win today would put him well over $10 million in lifetime earnings. From Swagland Smagmany, Ola Shemian.
Shemian 4th on the leaderboard with a 33 big blind stack.
I like that shit.
Our next player knows what it's like to bubble a super high roller. He knows what it's like to min cash a super high roller. Maybe today he'll find out what it's like to win a super high roller. His shirts make plenty of noise. Now make some noise for him from the UK, Paul Newey.
Not a poker professional, he's a businessman, but we see him a lot in high roller and super high rollers.
Our next player also made some noise in Monaco, and he beat Daniel Negreanu heads up in the high roller here in 2012. He's been at the final table of this very event 3 times in a row, #1 on the Russian all-time money list, and possibly the country's all-time best hugger, Igor Kurganov.
Great results here in Monaco for Kurganov, who comes into play 5th in chips.
The player in seat 5 is a newcomer to the EPT super high roller scene. He's an entrepreneur with a chance to shock the poker world. The businessman from Tehran, Ali Reza Fatehi.
Monster chip leader, 103 big blinds.
Next up is an EPT regular with all kinds of big results under his belt. He's had a runner-up in a super high roller in Prague in December and a 6th at EPT Malta, Maine in October. A player from Canada who always brings his A game, Sam Greenwood.
Greenwood, the second shortest stack, 17 big blinds, 850K.
I interviewed our next player just a few short months ago when he won the 25K high roller in Dublin. When I asked him what's next, he told me he was going to win the 100K super high roller in Monaco. Well, here he is. Going for the EPT high roller superfecta from Italy, Mustafa Kanat.
3rd in chips with around an average stack. Always has fun at the table.
Our final tableist hails from Argentina. His cash here in this event puts him at #1 on that country's all-time money list. He's got some stiff competition today, but he's probably just relieved to not be playing against his girlfriend. In the 8th seat, Ivan Luka.
Won the Eureka Rosvedov main event, and his girlfriend Maria was 2nd.
Let's roll, guys.
Let's get a big round of applause for all the players here at the final table.
So we'll pick up the action with the blinds at 25,000, 50,000 with a 5,000 ante.
Dealer Daniela, you know what to do. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the tail end of level 18.
Already?
Let's take a look at the lineup in seat order. I'm sure you'd agree, a pretty impressive lineup at this super high roll-up final table. Rick Jeffries impressed. He's the first to tweet using the hashtag EPTLive.
25.
No, it's 50.
50, right? Yeah.
25, 50.
Big blind only.
So there they are in
How much
seat
is it?
order. A lot of disparity in the stacks. They're playing around a 40 big blind average, but obviously on the one hand, you've got Ali Reza Fatehi, who's got 103 big blinds, and then you've got Paul Newey with fewer than 5 big blinds. Cards are in the air, and Joe Stapleton is in the booth.
Hello, my babies. Man, I wish I had known Paul Newey was so
When I'm
short.
gonna be,
I guess I probably shouldn't have mentioned it, but
when I'm in the big blind there, it's
man,
like
he
a
might just
straddle.
min cash again, huh?
Also, it's probably better to just play.
So no small blind this
Also, you
hand
said-
due
you
to
said
the
that you're
elimination of Timex on the last hand of last night's play.
It's so good they remembered that. I would have forgotten.
I guess someone writes it down on a piece of paper.
Post-it note.
Call.
So Paul Newey has shoved the button on the very first hand with 7s, gets called by Ali Reza Fatehi with 8-9.
Are we going to have our first race in the first hand?
Fake race. The fakest.
The fakest of all races.
So Fateh was actually in the big blind, not under the gun, hence the discount on Newey's very small shove. And yes, we have a coin flip, very first hand of the final table.
Like being a billionaire playboy versus having a trophy wife and a mistress. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage here in Monaco.
Well, an interesting flop. Obviously, Newey's still ahead with sevens, but Fateh
No 7.
has picked up the flush draw, plus his overs are still live.
I think we might be at 30-60.
And the
by
gut
time
shot?
we deal the rubber into hands.
Indeed. Ignore the graphics. Newey is still ahead. He does not need outs.
I'm so glad that we have cards up, otherwise we wouldn't know what these guys have right now.
The deuce. The man announced the deuce.
So Newey doesn't want to see a heart. A 7, or well, it's a 4 of diamonds on the river, so that is a double up for Paul Newey on the very first hand. Now playing a much more comfortable 10 big blind stack.
Look how cute he is. He's so happy to survive. I mean, this guy's worth like a couple $100 million, right? And he's like tickled that he just doubled up. I love it.
Because it puts him in a position to potentially win. And for the guys like Paul Newey and Ali, who doubled him up there, it's about the win. They don't need the money.
Not yesterday.
Not behind.
I mean, he's got a pretty big entourage. He may need the money
I don't think
at
so,
this
yeah.
point. I don't know.
Ivan, you have 830.
9.
You know, it's really funny. You know, Paul Newey's got like a couple people that travel with him, and he's got, you know, he's got Rob, and he's got a couple of friends and stuff like that.
Senung's normally part of his entourage
Yeah,
as
Senung
well.
is with him. He's on the rail right now. So Paul's daughter
Oh no.
is also there, Danny, and she came up to give him a Band-Aid at the start of a plaster at the start. And when she was digging in her bag,
Race.
Sen and Paul were holding her purse for her. So I realized that the entourage, I think, is maybe for Danny.
All in.
Newey all in for the second hand in a row. Chidwick open to 100K. Folded back around to Stevie, who calls. So Newey, it looks like, has pocket queens. And Chidwick with king queen. King queen for Chidwick, queens for Newey, who's the player at risk.
I like the shove with queens. I think if you do anything but shove, you look a little suspicious there. I'm not sure it'd make a huge difference, but
All spades.
obviously Chidwick knows that Newey could be doing that with far worse than queens.
And then we get the 9 of clubs, and then Paul have the 1 to.
Chidwick still with 31% equity, and if the king hits, it's going to make it very difficult for Newey to recover. Paul now an 86% favourite, with 2 cards to come. Ace on the turn doesn't change anything. Chidwick still drawing to one of the 3 kings remaining in the deck.
If an overcard's got to peel off, that's the one you want to see when you got queens against king queen.
River cards are 6. You heard the yes from Newey supporters. He gets another double up. He's no longer the low man at the table. Newey now playing 23 bigs. You got Luca on 18 big blinds and Greenwood on 15 bigs. And we look at the payouts here, Joe, and we look at the money jumps.
Is there a jump for every spot?
Absolutely. I mean, obviously, 8 players got paid. We mentioned that the bubble burst late last night with Mike McDonald going out in 9th. Everyone's now guaranteed 237,000 euros. Next jump is up to 302,000, then 379,000.
2 years ago.
Up top for the winner, close to 1.8 million euros.
That is
Young,
so much money.
Hopua, Yumi.
So great start. First 2 hands of the day, 2 consecutive double ups for Paul Newey, and he's back in this thing.
Bist G auch, oder?
Yeah, and just go.
Ja. Ich bin aber früh raus.
Derek Cameron gets in touch. Looks like I won't be sleeping much this week with night shifts and the EPT live coverage of the grand final. Good luck to the players in the super high roller.
Derek, what is your night shift at? Because if you're something like a school bus driver or a paramedic, maybe you should get some sleep during the daytime.
AJ asks, does Mustafa Kanek get a final table fast pass when he registers for events that lets him skip to the final table? Like fast track at airline security?
Yeah, or, you know, the fast pass is something they sell at amusement parks.
And hello to Simon Baker, not the mentalist. He says, hey guys, glad to be back.
I like to think of him as a mentalist, not the mentalist.
Rob King's also in the house. Wonderful to see Paul Newey play without fear in the first two hands. They pretty much played themselves, but crucially, no fear shown. That last hand was raise and take it for Stephen Chidwick.
Can you believe how fearless he was to get in with 7s and 5 big blinds and queens with 10? If only you could bottle that sort of fearlessness.
Actually, I love jacks. Over what?
Still a good point.
The hand I had. The hand I had, I folded a big hand right now. Tidy righty.
So this will be hand number 4 of the final table. Drama on hands 1 and 2. Inconsequential action on hand 3. How's this one going to pan out? Kurgels. 3rd super high roller final table here in Monaco in a row.
And he's sick. You know, remember that whole thing we had where Igor looks kind of like Prince? I kind of wanted to do a Prince reference, but I wasn't sure because people taking that really badly, you know, they're really upset. But of course he comes to the final table in a purple coat.
You can't not do it, dude. So Kurganov, let's raise it to 100,000. A reminder that we're at the 25-50 blind level at the moment. Luca with Jack 4 off. And he defends. And this is a guy who we saw at the final table of the 25k event in Dublin, Joe, and we talked about him on the EPT Not Live podcast not that long ago, because as we mentioned at the top of the show, Rosvedov, Eureka Poker Tour, main event, he and his girlfriend Maria both make it to the final table. They find themselves heads up. They do a deal, they play it out, and he beats her to win the title.
I really wanted to start off with a joke saying, Ivan Luca is the guy most famous for beating his girlfriend at poker, but I figured that might get a gasp and people might not hear the second part. So I saved it for now.
We appreciate it. So Luca paired his 4 on the flop. He's now a 2-1 favorite with 1 card to come. Kurganov with the flush draw. Plus, of course, his ace is live. Igor continued flop for 90k. It's been checked to him a second time here on the turn. Igor checks behind. And we get another 4 on the river, giving us a double paired board and giving Ivan Luca a full house. Hello to Matthew Griffith, who's pretty new to Twitter. He said he started this account just to talk to hashtag EPT Live. But Joe, I don't think there are many night shift school bus drivers.
Really? Really? There aren't 24-hour college shuttle buses that bring people around campus? Here's a link for one that I just sent to another know-it-all in the Twitch chat.
Wow, we're 15 minutes into the first day of coverage, and already we've had our first Stapleton rant.
You're watching EPT Live.
So a bet for value from Ivan Luca, 175,000 into a pot of 445,000.
What a terrible time for Antanas to send in his tweet saying, hey, Joe and James missed these quality streams over the last month. Did you miss this type of stream also, or just the quality ones?
I mean, obviously, Igor with a decision here. Ace high is going to be good some of the time.
The nothing.
Luca's bet could be with another ace, trying to take Igor off a chop. By the way, we just mentioned Eureka Rosvedov. Robert says, guys, awesome lineup at this table. Great to hear you again. And I'm looking forward to Eureka Bucharest. Finally an event in Romania in the Year of Romania.
Year of Romania. Gotta admire Romania for really sticking to that last name first
on
thing.
the turn in a weird way. Like, it doesn't make sense with the queen, right? Bet size wants to suggest it though.
Thanks, Igor. I didn't want to do this.
Floor time.
Ooh, clock called.
King and the 4 you don't tank. The king
This
you
is a
tank.
big chunk of Igor's stack to call, too. And he does.
And Luca adds 425k
Not
to his
think
stack.
Jack 4 is part of your hands. I did not think Jack 4 is part of his hand.
Tough to put a guy on Jack 4 in that spot for sure.
I mean, I did.
So Luca chips up to a 26 big blind stack. Igor down to 16 big, second shortest stack at the table. Sam Green with the low man playing
Because of
15
the jack,
bigs.
right? He doesn't play jacks.
Who likes jacks? Everyone folds it.
I like to have jacks against ace king. It's safe. Look.
Daniel gets in touch to say hello. Good to have you guys back for the final event of the season. Yeah, the conclusion of season 12. Gonna send it off in style with our 7 days of streaming from Monaco. As Igor gets back into the action here, pocket fives under the gun +2.
Is that just a limp in?
Yeah.
Maybe looking to limp, get it in with 2 5s at 16 big blinds.
Mustafa Kanat on the button.
He's got to be a little suspicious of this.
Kanat calls with ace-8 suited.
Yeah. Someone's going to have a real hand, I think, to raise this. I think they all are pretty aware of what Igor is capable of here. Chidwick's getting some real nice pre-flop pot odds, considering he can just check for free. And I don't think he expects that Igor is going to fold. He's going to raise anyway. What's this guy doing? Not showing us his cards?
Yeah, I think Steven has not put his whole cards on the scanner, so we don't know what he has here. We do know he's raising to 275,000.
Big raise. Punish the limpers.
So what do you do here with fives if you read this as a squeeze from Chidwick?
I think Igor's initial intent was to limp get it in if he had to. But the weird thing is now you kind of are in a weird spot. Yeah, because for Chidwick's got to be pretty aware of what's going to happen there. So when he raises, he's got to have a real hand. And my guess is we're never going to know.
Well, it hasn't been folded by Luki yet. Now it has. And obviously we'll have to remind Mr. Chidwick, who did finally show us an ace, that he does have to put his cards on the scanner before it's his turn to act. On the subject of hold cards, we did mention that we have got cards up coverage throughout here in Monaco, including days 2 through 5 of the main event. Matthew is among several people asking, why hold cards? No more problem with people being more exposed? We've discussed this extensively over the course of the last few weeks, not just on social media, but also we had a chat with Neil Johnson, our head of live poker operations, on the EPG Not Live podcast, so you can listen into that. But just to tell you in summary, this is an experiment here in Monaco. I'm not saying this is how it's going to be from here on out. We're going to see how it works, both from our perspective, whether you enjoy it as viewers, and ultimately how the tournament staff and players feel about it as well.
We're experimenting with it like a lot of you did with your college roommates.
Crucially, one of the things we will be doing is following the lead that was taken at the Aussie Millions back in January. We're going to be refreshing the feature table on the main stage quite frequently to ensure that no one has to spend an entire day up there, for example. No one has put too much of a perceived disadvantage. We're doing everything we can to stop there being too much of an impact on perceived game integrity. But crucially, I think it's two things. We know what audience expectations are like. People want whole cards, right? But secondly, I think players' attitudes have changed as well. And maybe, and this is something we've discussed quite a lot, even on this stream over the last few events, maybe it's something that players aren't as concerned about now as they used to be. And I do think that Twitch has been a major driving force in changing those attitudes, where people are very happy to play now, not just with the whole card showing, but actually provide a lot of insight.
Yeah, the whole, look, I have no problem backtracking on what's been said before. And I do think that even though it does expose some of their information, we're doing it for short periods of time. Really good players are able to vary up their play anyway. And, yeah, the game is changing. I think that overall the attitude is we would rather grow the game of poker than protect this small bit of information.
Yeah, and I think it's the next obvious step to take, but we'll see. If there is a major backlash to it, if there are any issues or concerns about it, then maybe this won't be the way going forward. But ultimately, someone else did it first, and it passed off without any complaint. And bear in mind, they did it in the early days of a 100K event.
Oh, yeah, this is the final table anyway, so who cares?
This would always have been cards up anyway. It only really kicks, the change only really occurs on Monday when we kick off our main event coverage. So this is hand number 7. Last hand, by the way, was raise and take it for Canet. This has seen a raise from Ivan Luka with King Deuce offsuit. This guy will play any two cards, clearly. Only Shemian in the small blind with ace 10 of spades.
Yeah, it's not like he has the biggest stack to mess around with. It starts the hand with 23 big blinds. Ola Shemian starts with 31 bigs and just calls from the small blind.
Paul Newey with suited connectors. Rob King, to answer your question, yes, the Gesatron 3000 has been left behind on PokerStars Island, but it's not been decommissioned yet. We're waiting until we get the green light to move forward with this procedure throughout Season 13, and then we'll remove the screws.
I'm going to, the VR is becoming a big thing. I'm going to turn the Gesatron into a sex bot if we don't need it anymore.
Knock yourself out. That's all I've got. That's all I've got.
It's got the right shaped holes is all I'm saying.
For you to look through.
Correct.
So Luca has flopped best here with bottom pair. Newey with a backdoor flush draw. Shemian with a gut shot. And backdoor spades working for him.
Check, check, check. Does anybody get there on the turn? Newey picks up a flush draw. That's something. Shemian's not going to let this check through twice. Uh-oh, Thomas is on the scene. What does Paul Newey do here? Does he call and just be faced with 7 high if he misses the river? Does he raise and maybe have to get it in? Nope, he just folds. Folds the flush draw.
And Luca folds the best hand. So Shemian gets that one through. Poker Spear says cards up seems like a natural progression of the game. Players were hesitant when whole card cameras were first introduced. And obviously, you know, we'll be working very closely with the tournament staff to make sure that we try to allay fears and concerns from the player and try and make this pass off without a hitch. Not say it's going to be a completely smooth ride, but we'll do our best. So these are the players in chip order. Kurganov and Greenwood bringing up the rear. Even though he doubled up Paul Newey on the very first hand of the play, it wasn't for a very big pot, and Ali Reza Fatahi still big chip leader with 97 bigs.
Do we know how he got all those chips? Was there like some crazy collision hand or?
Apparently he was playing pretty loose and crazy on day one and got lucky in a couple of spots. He then went out for drinks with Steve O'Dwyer after day one, and apparently both were quite merry after said drinks. Steve, being a nice, genial fellow, gave him some tips and some advice and basically told him how to use his image, what players' perceptions were likely to be, and really, Steve gave him a bit of coaching. So he came into day two with a different attitude, and according to Igor, he's been mixing up his game and has now become quite a tricky player to read.
Just the tips from Steve O'Dwyer. You know, I had dinner and drinks with Steve O'Dwyer the day before I won my bracelet, so it makes perfect sense.
Kurganov shoving with 9-7 of spades over the top of Stephen Chidwick's open.
He is hoping Stevie's got a very wide late position raising range, and it turns out it was.
The all-in gets through. It's 8 in so far, a couple of double ups, both for Paul Newey. No eliminations yet, still 8-handed with 20 minutes left on the level. We'll play straight into level 19 when the blinds will be 30,000, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante.
Quick shout out to Matt Broughton. He'll be in here in the next level. Matt, yes, I'm okay with it.
So serious today, Musta.
Someone is talking. I'm waiting.
You're still
for you
asleep?
guys.
No.
A bit.
A bit? Yeah, me too. I just ordered the coffee.
Order two, bro.
Too late?
I take yours.
You can have what I leave.
No, I take yours.
You know the black stuff, the brown stuff.
Was a pleasure playing with you today.
Ali also already ordered coffee. Smart.
I got it.
Good idea.
Sam Greenwood is shoved from under the gun with pocket eights.
Jacks again, Sam. From yesterday?
And the shove gets through.
Trap my finger in the door.
Just car door? Home door?
The hotel door.
Hotel door. Oh.
Easy.
The wardrobe fouls the door, so the door doesn't.
Do you know the triple loop?
Fucking design fault with it.
Do you know the triple loop?
On my finger.
No.
Not too bad.
You know the triple loop.
I'll recover. I'll survive. As he goes,
It's,
said I can't die.
You need
He said
chips.
I can't die.
So you go all in under the gun, then button raised, you go all in from the big blind, then button raised, you go all in from the small blind, then you get chips. Triple
I
loop.
always do that.
Yeah.
I didn't know I had a name.
Lack of sleep with the baby. Lack of sleep. Make more mistakes. Stable that stuff. More than ever. Really?
Pocket pairs all around. This time it's fives for Luca.
Gotta get my beauty sleep, man.
All in.
Paul Newey picks up queens again. Raises it to the top of Ivan Luca's open. Luca made it 100,000 from under the gun +1. Newey's shove is for $1 million straight. With the blinds folding, it's back on Luca, who quickly passes.
Way to dodge that one.
Didn't even double up.
Politics. Paul beat me too.
I guess. It's under expectation.
It's a
at this
below average hand.
No,
Couple faces.
the point is you can't.
Hey, James.
You need to get chipped
Wrong way back.
without like going without showing down though, right? You need to win.
That's true.
Yeah.
No need to double up. With this,
Can't take those risks.
there's always a need to double up. There's always a need to double up.
No. There's
Unless you're the
always a
chip
need
leader.
to survive. Depends how you see it.
True.
Poker philosophy.
James Ibbledy Bibble on Twitch has said he's not a fan of the commentary, so he's muted his mic. Well, you're going to want to go ahead and mute your speakers, my friend, because if you mute the mic, see, we already can't hear you. I mean, you can mute your mic all you like, but if you want to not hear us, you want to mute your speakers. Key difference.
Kurganov, ace-5 in the cutoff, folds. Chip leader folds the button. Blind on blind. Sam Greenwood in the small. He completes. Setting a trap with kings. Cannet with 9 deuce offsuit.
I think there's a pretty good chance Canada does raise here. It's one of those hands that's so bad blind on blind. He could get himself into some real trouble in this hand. Now, if Greenwood puts in another bet, I don't think Cannet gets himself into trouble. But if Greenwood just flats here, Cannet's not really going to be expecting to like just make a hand with this. So he's probably going to fire off some more.
See if Greenwood continues to play it slow.
Then, of course, there's always the possibility that he makes a huge hand with 9 deuce and Sam Greenwood goes broke.
No re-raise from Greenwood, just calls.
This could be real trouble for Mustafa. Well, he flops a gut shot.
Greenwood's still a big favorite, better than a 4-1 favorite with his overpair. Checks the action to Mustafa. Cannet does not continue, he checks behind. Turn card is a deuce. Bottom pair now for Cannet.
Maybe that saves him a little. Maybe he's happy to get to cheap showdown now.
Greenwood checks again. Yeah, Cannet's checked as well, and he gets there on the river.
It is a 4-card straight board. An up and down 4-card straight. 3 clubs out there. Don't see Sam paying off a massive bet.
I played this hand really stupidly.
I don't know.
225.
I think it's more of a stupid run out than a stupid way to play it.
Well, this is more than a third of Sam Greenwood's remaining chips.
The problem is Mustafa's so capable of betting here with any 2 cards. And Sam's played it crazy passively. His hand is pretty under-repped. Makes the call.
Cycle.
Mustafa shows the 9 and the deuce. At least he showed the 9 first if he was going to turn him over like that.
Check it.
No, I took 25 bet.
You put way too much. I misvalue. At least 50,000.
All right, take it easy. He doesn't want to hear it. And that right there, Sam, that's your
Big
chips
turn?
running away.
No. I mean, whatever, you wouldn't find out, yeah.
I agree with Shad on Twitch. He says he doesn't play it that bad, just
Yeah.
an unfortunate run out.
This is yours, right?
Yeah.
I hate it when a plan doesn't come together.
So Sam Greenwood has now dropped below the 10 big blind mark. 8 big blinds, 440,000.
All
With
2
12
hours
minutes
we
left
played.
on the
I'm gonna
level.
make all in from the small, all in from the small, all in from the small. I raise, give you the chance to make all in, call.
No,
Now
but
you lose, don't complain, please.
no, but
Hand number 12 of the final table. Queen Jack for Paul Newey. He folds that. Kurgels is out. Alireza Fatahi. Not going to play this one.
Am I terrible because I wouldn't fold Queen Jack there? Are you supposed to? It seems okay, but I'm like, it's paint. I got 2 cards with faces on them.
Have you tried playing Guess Who?
I love the one with the faces in the Guess Who. I wrote a comedy sketch one time where a guy goes into a police station to give a description of a guy, and it turns out the cop's just playing Guess Who instead of drawing the dude's face.
Well, another blind-on-blind confrontation. Unraised pre. It's top pair for Canet, bottom pair for Ivan Luka. Canet's bet 50,000.
It kind of looks like Mustafa Canet's wearing a bib, which to me is very funny because his online name is Lasagna. So I just picture him sitting there with a big bib, like eating Italian food through the whole final table.
Lasagna.
I'm a Mustafa. I'm gonna win.
Canet still ahead. That's again on the turn. No backdoor draws come in for Luka. Just a pair of threes.
Before you people on Twitch say that's Paul Newey's daughter, keep it together.
Good fold.
Seriously, Stuart.
Oh.
This guy tweets, Joe, would they be able to do 2 streams, 1 cards up and 1 cards down? Or does it create logistical nightmares?
The second thing.
Definitely the second thing.
Now, AJ says calling 4.5 big blinds in the end with only 13 big blinds behind. That seems like a shove or fold where the correct decision is fold. I agree the correct decision is fold, obviously, because he had the worst hand, but I don't think it's a shove fold spot. I think when you shove, you're never going to get called by a worse hand, so... And I think that some of the time he's going to be right there. Some of the time Mustafa's just going to be messing around.
For me, no Americano. Really, piccolo, corto, ristretto, per piacere. E anche una bottiglia d'acqua, per favore. Grazie. Piccolo.
Action folded to Igor
Piccolo
Kurganov.
means, small. I know.
He passes ace-6.
Bravo, bro. Capisce tutto.
Sam Greenwood's out, so round to Mustafa Canet on the button. Pocket queens.
Great timing from Any Red Poker on Twitch. It says this kid Canet is on a serious heater.
Raises to 110,000 jacks for Luka.
Serious heater, serious cold deck.
Luka started the hand with 18 big blinds. Will he be requesting the red triangle of death?
I don't see how you can't. Maybe 18 bigs a little too much for him to want to jam it in. But against the button raise. There it is.
Shove.
Cool.
Stevie Chidwick folds and Mustafa Canet snap calls with queens. And Ivan Luka is at risk and a 4-1 underdog.
Luck, bro. Sorry for a second.
Sportsmanship.
$9.50, please.
No, no. Lecimy meneś.
He's 5-6.
Luca looking for a jack. There's his girlfriend, Maria Lampropoulos,
But the time
who
is
finished
going.
second to Ivan in that Eureka event a few weeks ago.
I don't care.
Who's the TD for this? We do lose way too much time.
In Dublin, I lost 8 plays with Jacks.
Ah, yeah, in
In the first one.
yeah, 25.
American 2050 in the Twitch chat calling for a Yota.
2 outs for Luca, needs to hit on the river.
Magic check to come.
No jack on the river, so we lose a player. Ivan Luca, first man out from the Super High Roller final table, collecting just shy of 237,000 euros. And Mustafa Kanat moves back up to second on the leaderboard with a 73 big blind stack.
You should win the 5 and you have to 2.
Unlucky, mate.
I'm behind.
7 remaining, 5 minutes left on the level. Everyone now guaranteed more than 300k. 7th place prize money is 301,820 euros.
Me too. You might not get better than that all day.
And the serious heater for Mustafa Kanat continues.
And you mentioned, I believe you dubbed it the High Roller Superfecta, Joe?
Yeah.
To be clear, Mustafa Kanat has won a 10k, a 25k, and a 50k.
I won't
So he
reach
just
the
needs that
crowds. They're the
4th jewel
lucky
in the
ones.
crown, if you like, which is the 100k.
I guess technically there's
The good
5
ones.
different kinds of high rollers on the tour, though, right?
Yeah.
Because there's the 1-day 50k,
Which is 1.
but he hasn't won the multiple day 50k.
But the multiple 50k is regarded as a super high roller. It's the same format as the 100k, but just arguably less
I'm just
prestigious.
saying, once he gets this one, then, I mean, why not go for every single combination of permutation of high rollers that you can get on the EPT?
Could have another race on our hands here.
The human race?
A kind of overcards against pocket pair race. As Cannon opens with 5s, gets 3-bet by Stephen Chidwick with ace-king.
Chidwick's got how many chips to start there for? This seems like a lot to get it in pre-flop.
350.
Chidwick the effective stack with 42 bigs behind. So Canuck calls in position. The flop is ace high.
Not a very good flop for 5s.
Most of the time, this is going to go bet fold. Here comes the c-bet from Chidwick.
I mean, Canon's going to know that when he is behind here, he's going to have only 2 outs. And folds. And even when he's not behind, he's going to be facing bets probably on 4th, 5th, 6th Street, the river, the super river, the ocean. Spear says, in terms of fashion, Mustafa is the Lady Gaga of the EPT. Musta Gaga.
Ivan Luka heading to the cash desk.
He's like, are you sure I can't come back? Okay.
Get off and you collect your 237,000 euros.
Looks like his girlfriend's sticking around to see who's gonna be the real winner here.
This could be the last hand of the level.
Fold.
Well, if they all fold that quickly, might be able to squeeze in just one more.
Come on, do it.
Raise. 100.
Hardigan's still been wrong exactly 0 times in the 6 years we've been working together.
So Ali Reza Fatahi, who's been playing pretty snug so far today, opens from under the gun +1 with Jack 4 suited. Maybe this is a weapon from the Steve O'Dwyer arsenal.
Maybe this is one of Steve's just the tips.
Paul Newey has ace-6 in the bag. He folds. The chip leader takes it as the blinds go up.
Thank you.
So we're now kicking off level number 19, blinds 30,000, 60,000 with a 10,000 ante.
Easier from this spot.
And time to tell you about something new and exciting on PokerStars.com, KO Poker. It's fun, it's fast-paced, and of course there are 2 ways to win money. You can win money by knocking out players, hence the name, KO Poker. The idea is when you buy in, the prize money's split 50-50. So 50% goes into the prize pool, the other 50% go on the heads of players, and you win those as bounties effectively for knocking someone out. And there is a KO Poker deposit bonus running right now. Deposit $15 or more using the bonus code KOPoker2016 to receive 5 free $1 KO Poker tickets. So that's running until the 12th of May, that promotion. $15 or more, deposit using KO Poker2016 and you'll get 5 free $1 tickets. So 7 players remaining in this super high roller. Playing down to a winner today who'll lift the trophy and collect nearly $1.8 million. And as we kick off the new level, we introduce to the booth, Matt Broughton.
Hello everybody, how are you? Nice to see you again.
The 3rd member of the commentary team as we see a
2 jacks.
shove from Olashemian.
Unlucky, bro.
Don't worry, you only have 1 out though.
Shoving from the button and
You
shoving
only had 1 out with your jacks. I had the jack. I folded the jack of clubs.
on 2 shortish stacks behind him.
That hand. There.
Yeah, I
Just
was
now.
worried that Ollie would be out of here there. I thought such a beautiful man. I don't want to miss an opportunity to look at him for a while.
Awesome hand.
No, I didn't know this.
Rocking the crazy hermit look today. Came out the mountains.
Water, please.
I think the other. Are you looking for the other coffee? Coffee? I think it was.
Can you get me a sugar? 1 sugar and a spoon, please.
Okay.
1 sugar.
Sugar is not good for you. 1 brown sugar. 1 brown sugar.
As you become accustomed to
No brown.
in a super high roller event, Matt, a pretty stacked final table, but with a couple of interesting twists. And I guess the biggest twist here is the complete unknown. Ali Reza Fatahi, the Iranian businessman, lives in Dubai with his family, does play high-stakes cash games, came here on a whim, basically, when a friend said, I'm going to Monaco to play some poker, and apparently they've got this like 100,000 euro tournament, you should give it a go. And he's like, yeah, all right. So came here specifically to play this, and here he is at the final table with the chip lead.
Well, poker must just be easy. Just, you know, just pop down, chuck out 100,000, just see what happens.
So Chidwick has raised from the hijack with ace-king. Remember, with the blinds at 30-60, he's now opening to 125,000. Ali has made it, has defended his big blind here. And flops, trips.
Of course, that's only half the equation. Now requires his opponent, who hasn't really hit in any particular way, still got himself the 2 overcards, but how do you get paid off on such a hideous flop for the ace-king? How many bets is Chidwick going to make here?
I'll say a quick hello to Alex Bays, who chimes in on Twitter to say, hi, Joe, James and Matt. I'm here all the way and will watch all the way.
Sweet. Good to have you along. Hello to everyone. I was chatting on with the Twitch gang. Good to have you with us. Stick around. Got a whole week of this.
So Chidwick continued for 100,000 and now pairs his ace on the turn.
Yeah. It's one of those situations where obviously you've got to be scared of the jack, but you're thinking, well, this is great. I whiffed it. I kind of did the C bet, and now I've actually improved. So you kind of turn your semi-bluffing C bet into actually something stronger. Ali doing a good job of looking uncomfortable. Obviously, the third diamond probably gives a bit of genuine reaction.
He's not going to be worried about the diamonds now. He rivers a full house. Did not get a bet from Chidwick on the turn.
Going back for a little look. Cheeky. Love it.
So there's 550,000 in the pot. And that's a bet of 360,000. And I agree with you. I think he's doing a very good job of not looking overly happy with the situation.
Yeah. And
He's done a good job of convincing us that this is a bluff.
Yeah, and he kind of did a good job of the whole forceful bet out there, you know, the old strength when you're weak and all that kind of malarkey. Don't know enough about this player, haven't logged that many hours of watching him, let's be honest, so we will learn as the day progresses as to what style and whether he's just consistently that's the way he acts, or if this is specific to this hand. New word I've invented.
Time.
Ooh.
Wow.
Time is the fire in which we all burn.
I mean, Stephen's been thinking for like less than 60 seconds, right?
Seems a bit unreasonable. Maybe this is what he's used to.
Thank you.
Well, looks like Chidwick
Good bluff.
folds.
I don't know how to bluff today, professional.
One of the things that Ali actually said before play started, Matt, the one thing he finds about playing against professionals is they're all so slow.
That's an interesting point of view, isn't it? It's a bit like when everyone always complains, says, oh, these guys, they all play online, they all got to make decisions, and they all slow down. Sometimes it is that the less full-time pro players that just kind of act quickly. My home games, no one ever tanks for 3 minutes. I mean, I know there's probably a fiver at risk, so it's probably not the best comparison ever, but I don't remember the last time we called clock in Hornchurch.
What you got, Sam?
Hello to Tice. He says, gents, love that you're back. I thought I was watching a rerun when I joined to see Can It dominate an all-in player.
Yes, familiar territory for sure.
We have been seeing it a lot on our streams in recent events.
Sorry, how much again?
390.
Shemian with King 8. Raises to 125k. Paul Newey has 18 big blinds. And has ace jack.
Oh, this has got to be triangles for sure.
This hand, by the way, is Sam Greenwood's big blind, and Sam's got 5 bigs behind after posting.
Me too.
He folds the ace-jack.
Wow.
Again, as always, be interested to know how this pans out, but I think I would have had all my chips in there, especially with the short stack on the big, because you might get a bit of loose action. King 7.
Greenwood defends with King 7 suited, dominated by Shemian. Shemian pairs his 8. Greenwood checks. C-bet. And a fold.
I guess, again, going back to the ace-jack, is it? We always have to remember that you've got Sam, who is a very short stack. He is big blind. Maybe he just thinks, get out the way, let Sam explode, ladder up. I just don't know if Paul Newey is going to be the sort of human that cares too much about next to 78 grand for the sake of not playing a hand that's there to be played, but clearly was the case.
I was in bad shape.
I never know. Again, it's laddering versus winning. Are you meant to go up there against a short stack that could just shove in, or are you meant to get out of the way and just hope he busts? I don't know what is the optimal move there. I want to get chips, and I never want to give up an ace-jack when I'm that short.
I'm sure we'll be hearing from some armchair analysts, both in the Twitch chat and on Twitter, as we look at the stacks of the remaining 7 players. We say hello to Damien Woods on Twitter. Greetings from Melbourne, lads, home of the Aussie Millions. I do love a strong 5-bet. Let's see one soon.
Fingers crossed. I'm sure there'll be one any minute now.
So we've got 3 players who do have sub-20 big blind stacks. Sam Greenwood ridiculously short as we move on to hand 19 of the final table. Ivan Luka, the only elimination of the day so far.
Everyone coming in with the whole ICM thing, I do get it. I think, don't forget, I'm not a pro player. I find it really hard to find myself with 18 bigs, look down at ace-jack, know how rare something of that quality in that position comes along. I'm sure it is right, and that's why he did it. As always, we concede to the pros, but it's nice to chat about it, isn't it? Or isn't it? Don't answer that.
Alan.
Folded to Greenwood in the small blind, and he moves all in. Mustafa Canet is kind of priced in the big blind with most of his hands.
245. You are the closest friend of Timex over here, right?
No,
Let's do this. No. Let's do this.
Awesome spike call from Canet with 10-5.
No, Pizzaiola can't win.
Mustafa Canet actually did a little celebration dance when the bubble burst yesterday and wanted to make it clear it's not because he was in the money, it's because Timex bubbled.
And you have my 7. Oh no, my 7. My suit is live.
Your suit is live.
Yeah, okay.
So Greenwood with a dominated hand. Once
Clap,
again,
clap, clap.
Canet has a player all in and dominated. 7-5 for Greenwood, 10-5 for Canet. And there's a 7 and a 10 on the flop.
Out. No, hearts for the sweat. Huh? 3 of hearts.
Or 4-8 and we chop. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
So disappointing the turn.
You're in trouble now.
I am in
It's going
trouble.
to be very hard to chop now, and Sam Greenwood is out
I
in
almost-
7th
I
place
almost
unless
went.
there is a 7 on the river.
Go big or go home is probably go home over here, huh?
Probably.
I go big.
No 10 of spades? No 10 of spades? No.
I live.
That's unfair.
I live.
You did?
Can I get it face down and let me squeeze it?
Deuce on the river seals his fate. Sam Greenwood busts in 7th place,
You did.
cashing for nearly 302,000 euros. And let's go back to the ace-jack fold from Paul Newey. If his mission was to ladder mat, he has successfully earned himself an additional 78 grand by folding that ace-jack.
Yeah, I know.
Indeed.
You don't need to.
Does he care for 78 grand? We all care for 78 grand.
It's bad, but it's not horrid, at least. Felt even slower before.
So after nearly an hour of play, we've lost 2 so far. 6-handed at this final table.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fight all the night. All the night it's gonna be a fight.
And Mustafa Canet, second on the leaderboard right now, playing 59 big blinds. That's a stack of nearly 3.6 million. And he's busted both of the players who've been eliminated so far. Took out Luca with queens against jacks, took out Greenwood with 10-5 against 7-5, up 1.4 million from the start of this final table.
Yeah, and I guess not taking too long to get to the point that we would have expected to come in with 6 players for our start of our coverage.
Now, a few people have been asking, including Alex, whether there's going to be a competition today here on EPT Live. I can tell you in the next 10 or 15 minutes, we're going to kick off a KO Poker themed contest on EPT Live. Details on the way. In order to participate in the competition, I would recommending firing up the PokerStars client.
You big tease.
There's one person I know loves a competition. It's Matt Broughton.
Yeah, but they're just so competition-like, aren't they? Well, my competitions, I like to think, are very much out of the ordinary.
160.
Still 6.5 days to go, Matt. Plenty of time to wheel out some of the dark inner workings of your brain.
You're welcome.
Canet raising to 160k, small to big. Chidwick with 8-9 off in the big. That's a defend.
Good enough to defend. Well, kinda.
Should point out, by the way, that in addition to it being the final table of the Super High Roller today, it's also day 1A of the main event. Shout out to Victoria Corin Mitchell, who tweets to say, I'm sitting down to play in Monte-Carlo, my first EPT for 18 months. After that kind of gap, frankly, I'd be embarrassed not to win it. Meanwhile, a quick update on the FPS main event, which we're going to be streaming tomorrow. Tudor Perici is the chip leader with 36 players remaining. Live updates available via the PokerStars blog. So a C-bet of 140,000 from Canet, called by Chidwick. 6 of hearts pairs the board. And 70% of the time, more than 2/3 of the time, this will end in a chop pot.
Just hard to see Canet slowing down. Obviously now he's got a bit more, not needing to represent it so much, could actually get there legit. 2 hearts down. Win this with a bet. It's going to require another big fold. I guess he's not invested too much into this.
Chidwick lets it go, and Canet chips up even more. But let's give a shout out to Chris Gumprich, who's worked it out. So the stream is delayed, but the commentary's live. Correct, Chris. What we're watching now happened 35 minutes ago, but we're speaking over a delayed video feed. So we're seeing it the same time you're seeing it, but you get the advantage of having our words combined with that delayed picture. Advantage/disadvantage, depending on your point of view. Delete is applicable.
Yeah. Yeah, just turn off your mic if you don't want to listen to us. I think that's how it works.
So Chidwick now playing a 37 big blind stack. Canet 66 bigs. Chip leader Alireza Fatahi is on 85 big blinds. Igor Kurganov, the low man at the table, with 12 big blinds. And number 21.
Fold.
Queens for the chip leader.
Must be nice.
Raise.
But he raises.
And surely from an ICM point of view, he should fold those queens, right? Have I got that right now? Is that what ICM is? Like you have to just fold good hands in case you accidentally lose with them? I think that's probably right.
175,000. Shemian 10-7 off in the big.
You promise don't look at me like this. You want to scare me.
Give me 15 blues.
No, you scared him.
15
No,
blues.
it's fine.
Cheers. Thank you.
And G's are posted, 10,000 each. Blinds 30,000, 60,000. Still 40 minutes on this level. Still 40 minutes of poker until the first break of the day. By the way, during the breaks here in Monaco, we're going to show you some classic EPT moments from grand finals past. Some of them dating back to seasons 1, 2, and 3. And faces that you might not have seen on the tour since seasons 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah. Blasts from the pasts.
Kings for Kurganov. And he raises under the gun. Oh, Ali's got pocket fives.
Raise.
And here comes a 3-bet.
Yikes.
$240,000. And it's been folded around to Paul Newey in the big blind. Ace-8, quickly folded.
Indifference to Timex. I go all in.
Pretty sure.
All in and a call. A quick call with fives.
Insta call.
I guess Kurganov was short, and at the point that Fatahi 3-bet, he was priced in to call a 4-bet shove.
And he seems to have known that and was all ready for it.
Might have got me on this one.
Maybe him.
He didn't do it.
I believe that's the magic, you know.
You were gonna.
In the
do
world
it.
might
No,
have
that's-
hoped he wouldn't be that far
that's what
behind.
were you thinking about?
For sure.
Can I ever do it without it?
He said like this, Aji Guji
I wasn't
Tutu.
sure if I want to like raise King 10. or
Aji
10.
Guji Tutu.
You know, I would have probably raised it.
So Kurganov, big favourite to double up here. And that will
Can't show
leave
you.
Paul Newey as the short stack.
Wonderful. Okay, let's just do it. We reached an agreement.
Only 1-5.
No fives. Two
Only
queens and a
1-5.
6.
Queen.
Hoping for quads and a king.
Why you call queen, bro?
Donna.
No one call you nothing. Why you call queen? Why you call queen, bro?
I like a queen. 6. It's a pretty hand.
So Igor's going to double up here unless there's a 5 on the river.
No, leave just arrive for the 5, no. Leave just arrive for the 5. Leave, come here, 5.
Stay
We
away,
need 5,
stay away.
leave. We need 5 for Igor.
We need anything but a 5.
5.
Yeah.
5.
We have,
leave.
wait, how many? We have,
Time.
We need
minus
only a
8.
5.
we have 42 outs. We have 42 outs.
All time on the
I have the kings, yes.
Yeah, 60 seconds. to
We have
build a
42
river.
outs. Let's hit one of our 42 cards.
If you had the chance to win this spot, if now we leave here.
Yeah.
Before,
Please,
like,
don't bring the...
if he comes on the flop was 5-5.
Not on you.
They made him fall
42.
for it.
No 5.
So lucky.
How much?
720.
Don't believe him, count it.
We could have seen the end of a beautiful thing if actually that 5 had
Russia and
come.
German, you don't know.
We're safe.
So Fatahi's still chip leader, but the gap has narrowed between him and Mustafa Canet. 75 big blinds for Fatahi and 65 bigs for Canet. Meanwhile, Kurganov's now playing 25 bigs. Newey's bringing up the rear with 15.
Now back to folding.
You have 1.5 million now.
1.5 million.
But you wanted to have 2.5. Like,
I know.
half
I'm
an hour.
way
You
below.
didn't play that good, huh? You wait, then double, same stack than before.
Make
Time
bad call
strategy.
against Ivan.
Good call, huh?
You calling side?
Now, Ruth Dawson says this doesn't really feel like a high roller final table without Steve O'Dwyer present. Hashtag missing the man bun.
I mean, yes.
Bear in mind that Steve has provided some coaching to the chip leader Ali Reza Fatahi, so Steve is here in spirit, if not in man bun.
Yeah, I'm sure that man bun is being put to good use elsewhere on the planet.
Canet's raising from under the gun +1. King 10 of diamonds. King Jack for Oleshemian.
Sure does look pretty on the button.
That'll be a 3-bet from Shemian.
Strong.
Kurganov in the big blind has a decision with 7s.
Ooh.
So he and Shemian are reasonably even in chips. And he elects to fold the 7s.
How much is the raise? 300?
I'm saying nothing.
And Canet folds as well.
I wonder how close that is to
Well, I started
Igor
with
shoving. I
basically-
wonder how much stronger than the 7s we have to actually get before he
One
would
start,
commit
take
to
one.
that.
So Dan Shack now railing the final table alongside Liv. And we are giving you the chance to win a prize here on EPT Live for the next hour. If you are knocked out by a bad beat in a real money tournament on PokerStars, you could win KO poker tickets. These are worth $109 for MTTs, $50 for spin and KOs. Now, your bad beat bust out, you must be at least a 60% favourite when the money goes in for it to qualify as a bad beat, and you have to have been eliminated. Boom it, tweet using the hashtag EPTWin. The 4 sickest beats are going to win prizes. And remember, you have an hour. You have from now till 60 minutes from now. Hand must be from a real money tournament, sit and go, spin and go, or KO poker game, and must be played in that allotted time, the next 60 minutes.
Who is deciding what is sicker than sick?
We have an expert panel that's going to be basing it on percentage.
Wow.
So, for example, if you get it in and you lose to like a 1-outer, if your opponent has like 1 out and they hit, you're pretty much guaranteed to bink a ticket.
Right, okay. I wouldn't be able to play this. I never get it all in as good as 60%, so I would never qualify.
I basically consider this to be kind of like bad beat insurance. This is bad beat compensation.
I like it.
But crucially, you have to be knocked out. You have to be eliminated in order for it to qualify as a bad beat. And you have to be at least a 60% favourite at the point that all the chips went in.
Wow. Will we be taking into account things like if you're on the bubble, does that add anything to the percentage of your sickness? Feels like it should do, but I understand what it wouldn't. I just thought I'd throw it out there.
I think it's hard for Boom to really provide that context. And apologies to those of you who play on the mobile client. I know you can't Boom from the mobile client, but it's the easiest way for us to verify hands. So I'm afraid you'll have to fire up the PokerStars desktop client. As we find Igor Kurganov all in here with 8-10. Shemian opened with ace-10. Kurganov shove, gets through.
Kings is good.
It's all about timing.
I'm agree. Inside there is a Datino.
Nearly
Datino
up to
is
30
nice.
big blinds now.
Yeah, Latino is nice inside.
Decent couple of
Yeah, even.
hands helping Igor out of immediate trouble.
I mean, compared to you, is in the paradise already, in the evening.
Boom it, asks Jamie.
Boom player. Basically, you can replay any hand using Boom player. It's the little star icon right next to the hand in the chat box. And then obviously you can tweet a link to that Boom player replay and use the hashtag EPTWin for the hand to be considered.
Yes, and as James said, not available for the mobile players. Sorry about that.
Either ace-jack or ace-10, I assume.
For you guys, bad beats are as painful as always.
We've reached hand number 25 of the final table. We've got an under-the-gun raise from Stephen Chidwick with 7-6 suited. Pocket deuces for Paul Newey. They go in the muck. Kurganov on the button. Nine, 10 of hearts.
Clang.
Kurgels 3 bets.
The 3-bet frying pan has been wielded.
Ace-9 for Fatahi. He folds. Canuck gives up the big blind, so back on Chidwick.
Yuck. $160,000 to take a look at the flop and cross your fingers. Or 4-bet and try and appear as super strong as possible.
And of course, if there's a 4-bet, there's a chance that Damien gets his 5-bet. But no, it's just a call from Stephen.
Kind of hand I've seen pros play in different ways. Sometimes they would come back again over the top. Wow.
Oh my God. 6, 7, 8, 2 hearts. Chidwick with 2 pair. Kurganov with the straight. With a straight flush draw to go with it. Action goes check, check.
Kurgels might think that's a card that can get him some action here on the turn.
So here is a situation, just going back to that KO poker competition. Let's say, for example, all the chips went in here and Kurganov's a 90% favourite. If Chidwick then hit a 6 or a 7 on the river to make a full house, then Kurganov would be justified in booming his hand.
Yeah, yeah. Do you think that will be consolation?
No.
No. Oh,
No.
just checking,
No.
just checking.
So Kurganov makes a delayed continuation bet on the turn of 235,000.
And as Henry Kane says in Twitch, oh me, oh my. Most definitely the kind of board that deserves such a comment.
Pierre Neville and Fedor Holtz now railing this final table. All in and a call.
Get ready with a KO ticket.
So Kurganov is the player at risk here. He is a 9-1 favourite and he will get a big double up here through Chidwick unless a 6 or a 7 hits the river. Only 4 outs for Chidwick.
Leave, we need a 7.
Invoking the live.
We have 40 outs.
No, woman, now you cry.
No.
The river card is a queen. Kurganov doubles up again. And Chidwick will be left with just 8 big blinds. Kurganov now third in chips with a 60 big blind stack. He's literally just behind Mustafa Canet on the leaderboard. Seeing some big swings at this final table.
Do you know what? I was looking at the clock thinking we're 30 minutes in and that leaderboard is so drastically swiveled from how we started this level. Good old no limit, isn't it?
Know your friend. Know your friend.
I don't like him.
So the start of day chip leader is still the chip leader despite losing around 775k. Canet and Kurganov second and third respectively. Chidwick down to 480,000. He and Newey are the players at risk right now. Newey on 15 big blinds. Chidwick actually on 6 bigs.
Yeah, Paul's been very quiet. Stephen has tried to play himself into this, but
didn't help
horrible for him so far. Fair dues to Paul for his patience, up 670,000 on the day's action.
One less out, right?
Second.
We had a situation at the PCA at the start of this year where we had Bryn Kenny at the final table of the 100k in the Bahamas, and Bryn, it was his third final table. He'd come short twice before and then finally sealed the deal on his third attempt. Pretty similar situation for Igor here, looking to make it third time lucky. 3 years in a row he's finaled this event.
Reducing outs by 25%.
It's funny, it's a bit like when poker first came around and everyone wants to keep talking about the luck of it, and you kind of have to talk to my dad going, well, it can't be luck because of, and you just want to talk about the consistent results, and then look at what these guys have done during the seasons of EPT.
Yeah, I mean, Shemian's had a lot of results on the tour. He was the season 10 player of the year. He's got kings here. He's raised under the gun. King, queen for Kurganov.
That's fine.
While Igor's thinking about this decision, let me just quickly answer Alex's question. He wants that KO bonus code. This is the deposit bonus code for KO Poker. It's KO Poker 2016, Alex, all one word. Uppercase, KO Poker 2016. Deposit $15 or more until the 12th of May, and you'll get 5 free $1 tickets.
It's one of those hands where if it was cards down, we were going, oh, leveling war going on here, and then you just show the cards and go, oh no, they just had kings and queens, and he knows that he knows that he knows. Sometimes it's just the best players in the world getting big hands. Stephen still looks keen to be in this, watching Mustafa closely, see what he does here.
Just a quick reminder to those of you booming your bad beat bust outs, please use the hashtag EPTWin, not EPT Live. There is the 4-bet.
Go on, Stephen, have aces, please. Please have aces. No, didn't.
He's already folded.
Damn. Not even 2 levels into the day, considering the first level wasn't even a full level, and plenty of cooler hands already.
Shemian announces he is all in.
Is that? Little over 2.
Easy fold for Kurganov.
It's 500. 175. 1775. 1975. 2,055,000.
Damien finally got his 5-bet. Happy now?
Ask, you shall receive.
Surely Canet's never 4-bet folding queens.
such a polarized audience on Twitch. Half of them talking about can he fold here, and the other half talking about his moustache. Gives you a real overview of the Twitch audience and what matters.
The fact that he's thinking about this shows you how good this guy is. I would have been like, yeah, have big pair, all my chips in, loving it.
I see what? I see M. No, I see queens. And it's Ole Shemyan, and he never has a hand apart from now.
Glad you brought up the ICM issue, because that is something that Canet will be acutely aware of, is why would Shemyan be shoving here without an absolute monster, because Chidwick is sitting there in the extreme danger zone about to go broke.
Yeah, two players with 15 or less big blinds. There's money to be made here just by not playing any cards.
But equally, Shemyan is the kind of player who could be leveraging that.
He knows that he knows that he knows.
So back to your earlier comment about there being no hole cards, there is kind of a leveling war going on here.
Yeah, to a degree. Nearly 3 minutes on the decisionatron. Thing is, I can see you sitting there talking yourself into folding and why it's a good idea. I don't know how you talk yourself into calling, and he does indeed let it go.
Incredible laydown from Mustafa Canet. Obviously, we say that with the benefit of seeing the hole cards. Ole Shemyan chips up to 54 big blinds, moves ahead of Mustafa Canet on the leaderboard. Mustafa drops below the 50 big blind mark.
It's fun. I hope he didn't misplay. Huh? I hope he didn't overplay any hand.
I was not folding against you.
Huh? I know. Against you, I'm happy to play my money in this spot.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I have. I was for value.
It's queen. Queen.
My value is different than your value.
Yeah, it's not ace queen because you call ace queen against him.
10. A lot of love for that fold.
I hope he didn't overplay the ace king.
Twitch dream has gone crazy.
I think he goes
835 and 2 million.
And quite
Ole has
sweary.
not folded ace king in that situation once in his life. Not one single time.
I don't know. I think
out of like 15 times he had it, he went all in 15 times.
I think it's bad to make all in there with
10 greens, but
for sure.
blues,
I think he doesn't believe me, he doesn't believe you, you know, against us at least.
Cheers.
I don't know.
Fold around to Stephen Chidwick in the small
Were you
blind.
folding ace king there?
In this spot?
All in.
Bro. All in.
I fold this king in his spot.
400
Chidwick
exactly.
shoves small to big with
I
ace
fold
8,
it
and he's
to
going to
you.
get looked up when Shemyan sees he's got ace 5.
Can fold it against.
Sure enough, and Chidwick gets it in good.
Yep. Get ready with the KO ticket. Domination Nation. Low card, so split potential.
400 gigante.
400?
Foldatore donne.
Thanks. Stay good.
I'll collect donne. 3. Ho messo 800 dentro. Ho fatto lì 2 milioni. Se ho fatto costa K mi ammazzo.
One club. King, queen, jack. It's okay.
Quite a few people shouting for Stevie here.
What about the 10-10?
You like the chips, you know?
That's
You
my
made a
flop.
huge
Well,
fold.
this brings a lot of opportunities.
Nice flop, yeah.
I was against
Wow, yeah.
That's what I was
Up to
reading.
61% chance of this getting divvied out 50-50.
Okay, now we take
King of
Salvatore
At least give me a
Bonavena.
shot.
Cheeky.
Okay.
Now you took away all of my
All right, 9 of clubs.
I accept.
And 1 overcard.
Oh.
It's a good one.
Oof. What a card.
Everything can happen.
5. 5 can happen.
So
It happened
crucially,
before.
Chidwick
I do,
only
right?
goes broke if a 5
Maybe
hits
they
the
just
river.
call
There are only
today.
3 cards that will actually send him to the rail.
Called and won the hand against you.
The river is a 6. And that means that ace 8 high holds and
time,
Chidwick
you
gets
deal
the
from
full
this
double up.
Yeah.
All you German makes always these things. You feeder like chill, bro. We are here for having fun, huh?
Seriously.
I just give you
You're
800.
German,
They didn't throw any,
behave
bro.
yourself.
So Chidwick is now on 14 big blinds. Newey now the short stack at the table with 13 bigs. A few tweets about that fold, Matt.
Aggressive country.
Yeah.
Jane Windsor says, can it proving again, poker is a
we
game
do.
of skill. AJ points out that's why can it final tables nearly every high roller event.
High school, all the schools.
Matthew Griffith says, I knew Canet was an amazing player, but that was an absurdly good fold. Milko says, a sick
You got about
laydown
3
by
or
a
less?
world-class player.
2-9.
Yes.
Musta, what do you have?
Impressive stuff for sure.
Yes.
That's mine, bud.
I'm second in chips.
And I'm third.
I'm 6.
You're too good.
What you have, Mustafa?
What a run.
That makes me the
Yeah.
first or fifth.
Same.
I guess I know which one I am.
120.
Actually, yeah, that's 20,000 more than me.
Including the blind?
Not including the blind, no.
So you got,
I've got 830 behind, you got 850, yeah?
So you beat me. Including that's still yours right now.
Right now.
You have 890.
Yeah,
So
830.
Kurganov is raised with King Queen.
Ah, you don't count your blind. Other people do.
Big fold.
I like it.
Good news for you.
More realistic the other way.
Round to Paul Newey, the short
strong
stack in the
one,
big
that's why
blind
Paul
with
fared
ace
well
5 of
and
spades.
Yeah, ace of kings.
And only 30 minutes on the clock.
Realist.
I don't know.
Correct. An optimistic realist, maybe. Best case.
I'm never entirely sure at what point the doing nothing to ladder up becomes actually just bleeding away into oblivion.
Next time.
Yeah, I'm playing good. I feel good. Like,
So Newey defends.
if I lose, I don't care because I still feel I'm better than these guys. Especially him.
King Jack 7. Newey outflopped by Kurganov.
The old stop and go is not going to work there. That's not the
Kurganov
flop.
continues. And Paul Newey folds.
Carol.
Best card in the deck.
King of Diamonds specifically? King of Diamonds specifically, or what? Why?
He loves it.
You're
His
loving
third favorite card.
So you play suited King of Diamonds always? Any?
9 his favorite.
I had it today. I win the pot.
Chip denominations
Which hand?
on your screen right now.
Ah, you 3-bet me.
Aero says if Shemian ever plays ace-king like that, it's an amazingly bad fold. But I think that was Mustafa Canet's read, that in that spot, with the dynamics at the table, Shemian doesn't play ace-king like that.
Yeah. Yes, I think that was just part of the conversation we heard.
Let's give a shout out to Milko. He says, guys, won a Sunday Million ticket twice through EPT Live. Never cashed, but I finally did some damage. Shipped the big 11 3 weeks ago for 7.4k after a deal. A 4-figure score. Milko's first 4-figure score. I'm proud of myself, my hard work, and my dedication to the game.
Good for you, sir. Well done. Yeah, we did give a shout out saying any of the guys that win tickets through the competitions do come back to us in future dates and let us know if you convert it into some real cash.
Real cash money.
Real cash money. Let's the ace 8 go there. ICM.
Maybe also a little bit concerned about where the raise is coming from.
Yeah.
Check.
Yeah, certainly Alia's been quiet, hasn't really had the opportunity to get into the game for about 10 hands just because of the action between some of the other stacks.
Although obviously now we see the flop, we realise it was a terrible fold, Paul Newey. A terrible fold.
I mean, honestly, you can't use ICM as an excuse retrospectively.
So it was good fold?
Although Paul's doing a very good job of not throwing up.
Wow.
Or is he?
He's reaching for his handkerchief. Fateh Siva is 150,000. Kurganov, who has the best hand with king high, with a decision, folds.
I don't think there's
king.
There's not enough people shouting "show the bluff" at each other on this final table for my liking. Maybe I've just been playing in the wrong kind of games, but everyone's always shouting "show the bluff" where I come from.
Ola Shemian once famously shouted, "Martin, show the bluff."
And now look at him.
So 10 minutes until the first break of the day.
Red Mage, I can confirm that ICM does not mean ice cream. It's something else. Google it.
Shemian with ace deuce.
See, one man's ace-8 fold is another man's ace-deuce raise. Players, isn't it?
Ali Reza Fateh still chip leader at this final table. 75 big blinds. King 4 suited in the big.
Call.
He defends. And flops a flush draw. Shemian ahead for now with ace high. Here comes a lead.
Yeah, 350,000 in the middle.
Fateh not playing in flow.
He is playing in his flow.
Bets out for 150k. Shemian calls.
I can think of one card that'd be really exciting.
Was that the card?
No, that
wasn't the card. Was
that
that
card? No.
Shemian now with a wheel draw, still with the best hand with ace high.
Pseudonyms very cleverly hit me up that ICM actually stands for inexpert commentary much. Clever. Can't wait for you to get a job so I can come and troll you, whatever it is your skills lead you to.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
No, I'm not going to.
230,000 apiece, a second bet from Fateh. The river card is not a club, so ace high still the best hand. Bets a third straight. Do you think Shemian calls him?
I don't know. I don't know that he can. Unless he's just got some mega read on things. As you say, it's been a bit of a backward hand anyway.
I don't know, he called the turn. I don't see how he folds the river, to be honest.
Looking keen. He does.
Shemian calls him down all the way with ace high and is right. And that is enough to change the chip lead at this final table. The big switcheroo as Ola Shemian moves to the #1 spot. 3.8 million, 63 big blinds. Ali Reza Fatahi now second in chips with 3.7 million, 61 bigs. Still bringing up the rear. Stephen Chidwick won 13 big blinds. Paul Newey, 12 big blinds. And those blinds going up in just over 5 minutes' time. That's when we'll take our first break of the day. And when we come back, they'll be playing 40,000, 80,000 with a 10,000 ante.
Something like that.
And what's coming up in the break, James?
I imagine you will get to see some classic EPT Grand Final moments from seasons past.
Now, is this where we've used the word classic instead of the word old?
Well, yes, they're old. I mean, if you consider 12 years to be old, but they are also very entertaining. There's some great hands in there, and also some great players who we just don't see much on the circuit anymore.
True. And yeah. And is Colin going to be there?
Yeah, I don't want to lose viewers, but yes, there might be a cameo appearance from Colin. Actually, we've got something fun for Olashemian fans during the break as well. Skyler says these guys are playing unbelievable. You're seeing some very good poker at the Super High Roller final table, as you'd expect from players who compete at this level. Savvy says, hello folks, nice to hear you again. Nice to have you with us, Savvy.
Hello, Savvy.
It's spades versus spades. Queen Jack against 6-5. Kurganov's raise defended by Canet. Ace Jack 5 on the flop.
A little bit of something for everybody.
Over Canet's left shoulder, you see Sen Ung, who is one of Paul Newey's close friends and part of the Newey posse that travels the world together.
Tough life, but somebody's got to do it.
Sen actually had a deep run in the EPT London main event a few seasons ago. I think he came 10th or 11th in that tournament.
I'd pretend to remember, but I genuinely don't.
So Canet improves to 2-pair on the turn. It's a big switch in the percentages. Kurganov continued flop for 110,000. And he checks behind on the turn. River for free.
Oh.
And it's a queen, so now we have 2-pair against 2-pair.
Three diamonds also, I guess. Unlikely to be... Oh, I don't know. How do you see any of the hands they've got here? 2-pair, 2-pair. Invisible.
Two pair.
Correct.
A bet of 285,000 from Canet, called by Kurganov, who wins this pot. Kurganov takes the chip lead. It's all changing at this final table. Kurganov's now the man in front, but it's very close at the top. 65 big blinds for Kurganov, 63 for Shemian, 61 for Fatehi. Canet down to 37 big blinds. Chidwick and Newey still short.
I win. Big edge going fast though.
Yeah. I have to go like...
Yeah.
You know this game where you throw the small ball and then you throw the bigger balls? You have to get close.
Like lawn balls?
No, you mean like a boccia or a bull, right? Yeah. So me? You know the French love to play it? Yeah, I've just
Like
seen
the
one.
small
Here.
balls, yeah.
Bull. Oh, it's called...
And they go like curve it round?
No,
All in?
it's another game.
No.
I've seen a very nice court on the way today. Yeah,
Oh, you're talking about the
they
one...
played on the beach a
Like
lot.
petanque, like the one they throw like that?
Yeah, exactly.
The metal balls?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I know this game, it's fun.
I won a petanque competition in the Isle of Wight several years ago. Just thought I'd drop that in there while it was relevant. You're welcome.
Yep.
Clock ticking down with time for one more hand for the first break of the day.
When it doesn't count.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's like after the buzzer goes, it always goes in.
So in Newey's all-in getting through on that previous hand, we now have hand 33, and with the clock ticking down, I think this will probably be the last hand of the level.
Just the shortest stack at the table. Blind on blind. Ace 10.
All in.
It's good enough. Meh. No thanks.
Break.
And that's going to take us to the break, a 20-minute break.
Pull it on.
The first hiatus of the day, with still 6 players remaining in this €100,000 buy-in super high roller, competing for the title trophy and first prize of nearly €1.8 million. Kurganov, the current chip leader, but when the blinds go up to 40-80, Matt, we can see the stacks are getting shallow now, and no one has a 50 big blind stack.
No, amazing level for Igor. A few hands back, he was 800,000 or something. So, see what crazy twists and turn the next level brings us.
So yeah, Kurganov leads, Shemi in second in chips. Can it fewer than 30 bigs now? Chidwick and Newey tied at around the 10 big blind mark. So we continue to play on after the 20-minute break. So we've got some classic EPT moments coming up in the
Euros. I'm Matt Brown, alongside me Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And this is how things are looking on our final table. Down to 6, as mentioned. 2 short stacks. The Brits, Paul Newey and Stephen Chidwick, down the bottom. And top of the table, it's been a bit of a flip-flop, that last level. Plenty of movement. Ali Reza Fateh was chip leader from the top of the day, now in 3rd spot. Close behind Oleh Shemin in 2nd, and Igor Kurganov just shy of 4 million in chips at the top of the leaderboard.
Pretty shallow out there, like Vern Troyer's pool.
That's quite good. That's good.
We got a biggest stack at 48 big blinds. So we've lost so far. We lost Ivan Luka in 8th place. Sam Greenwood in 7th place.
Yep. Taking home respectively €236,820 and €301,820. And again, just over 1.7 million is the big payout today. And the runner-up will get 1.284 million.
Don't forget to get in touch, my babies. You can tweet at us, hashtag at EPT Live. We're watching Twitch, PokerStars.tv. No, Twitch.tv/PokerStars. I'll give you Matt's personal Skype name in a second if I can read it off. Oh, he turned his computer away.
And my phone number is, put the +44, and then it's 077. No. And of course, once our bad beat competition closes, Joe still loves to receive all of your bad beats.
If you see me in person, come up to me and tell me.
Yeah. Make sure you have the exact history, all the chip counts and everything, because he loves detail when you give him your bad beat stories.
If you're asking me a strategy question, though, I love a lack of detail.
Yeah.
I like a question like, what do I do with ace-king when someone shoves on me?
Yeah, or just ask him, how do I play jacks? Just that's it.
Love
just
it.
don't add any more detail than that.
No,
So remind you now we're at 40,000, 80,000 with a 10K ante.
lifestyle, service.
This one has been raised up
life quality.
under the gun by Igor Kurganov,
When I went to Kuwait,
160,000.
12 people working in his house.
Yeah,
One of the
it's
short
normal.
stacks Paul
Everybody
Newey
have
called.
house, mate. They drive,
And
it's
flops the
normal.
joint and also has a redraw to the super duper nuts.
Yeah, and the good news for him is that Igor indeed has also hit big time.
Man, this could really cost Igor. Well, not really cost him, but Paul could very easily double up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to do any kind of
I give you my
tournament
business card also.
life-threatening damage to Kurganov.
Paul really doesn't want to improve his hand, really, because a heart out there could get Igor to invest a little bit less in this pot.
Yeah, this is kind of perfect.
You're always there. Travel a lot.
No, I
If
don't
Igor
know,
like the flop,
but
he's going to like this.
most
Yeah,
of
the 6 is another straighty type of card, but
summer, no, we are
I don't
going-
think it'll change too much for Igor.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I love Europe in summer.
Hello, back to Alex Bain says, hi, Joe and Matt.
In winter, Australia.
Don't forget,
Hold on.
hashtag EPT
Call.
Live.
Shit. What's her name?
Igor puts them all in. Snap call. And Igor is drawing deed.
Deed.
Wormer, dead. Niedermeyer, dead. Kurganov, dead.
Some classic commentary callback there. The good times rolling. And good news for Mr. Paul Newey, up to just over 20 big
520?
blinds
No,
to
it's very
play with.
close. 530. Big is much close.
Well, there goes 7 years of college down the drain.
Sorry, my mind didn't work well, you know. I always
Good news for
understand-
Paul. Welcome back. But
Thank you.
55 minutes to go on the level. His rail very happy to see mod chips in front of him, but 21 bigs hardly out of the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Pretty much like flopping.
Igor thought everyone was going
a nine
to
of
double,
hearts.
everyone was going to
Seven.
ladder up there.
Feels pretty good.
Feels good, man.
$1.5 million since the start of the day. It feels like you should be in a better spot than 21 bigs with a result like that. The other of our shorter stacks, all in with the ace-jack. I mean, ace-jack all in. I mean, doesn't he know about ICM, Joe?
The ice cream maker?
Yeah, unbelievable. Ace-7, we've seen Paul fold ace-8 and other aces. Not surprised to see him let go of that. Cedric says it's his first time watching a tournament through a live stream.
Bonjour, Cedric.
Bonjour, willkommen, bienvenue. Loves the format. Yeah, basically we turn a camera on and point it, and then we put some pictures on the screen, and then we just let it roll.
Let her rip.
Oh. News from the outside world. I can tell you that our bad beat competition is now closed. That's your hour up, and in the next 15 to 20 minutes we will come back to you. Our bad beat judges are currently just crying, just sobbing as they look through your boom replays. Just, I mean, absolutely awful job to have.
I mean, even better than winning a prize from a bad beat is just having someone give an S.
Yeah, exactly. That's the hardest thing about bad beats, is finding anyone who cares at all. We've actually got people employed to care about your bad beats.
You know who's really good at telling you a bad beat story and then you don't realize it to the end?
Yeah.
Hardigan. You're like, wait a second. You
Hang
just
on.
told me a bad beat story.
170?
Son of a...
The only guy that can tell you a bad beat story and still somehow sound like he's telling you a story where he came out on top. It's the skill. Okay, so this one has been raised up by Mustafa Kane under the gun. Under the gun. 170,000. Got the call from Ollie. 7-8 suited hearts for Mustafa. Ollie with the king-queen off. And now Paul Newey recently got himself up to 21 bigs, pocket eights. I'm not saying anything. I mean, just do what you feel, Paul.
I think the move here is you're supposed to jam when there's like a raise and a call. You're a little afraid, I think, of the under the gun raise, but consider the source.
Well, I'm with you. I would already be putting my jacket on. I would already have those eights in the middle, but you know what all our millionaire experts are like.
I mean, I know what I would do. I would just call, but I know that's wrong.
Oh, actually, no, I don't think I would ever do that. I would either just
No.
be out of it or I would be
I'm
all
a bad
in.
player. My recommendation is that he move all in. But I would just call, because that's terrible, and that's what I would do. Ace King.
All in.
Wow. And now Paul is feeling like the smartest man in Monaco.
Except for the fact that one of the kings is dead.
Bang, bang. Job done. Good news for Ali Reza Fateh.
Squeeze play. We call it squeeze. Hand like this. Huh? Jawohl.
Wow. That was a tough shot.
MJH gets in touch on Twitter, say, Ali Reza is a Persian legend, so gentleman and great personality. I like the guy so far.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but nice things about him. I know our guys went out and chatted
I ain't
to
mad
him.
at him.
Yep. He is very welcome to the EPT family.
You're feeling great.
Jeffrey Cogg saying, how does he not squeeze there with the aces, the eights,
I
excuse
always
me.
feel great.
You know what Ole had?
I don't know.
Kings.
I don't even think you needed to consider it a squeeze.
So
It's just you
good.
got eights and you kind of got
good.
20 bigs.
I feel good.
You had no value in your jam. I don't know why he goes all in. Why you go all in? You
But then again, that's why these guys are on the final table of the Super High Roller.
Just double up.
Ben Udenhove on
Just-
Twitch asks, what are the stops for the
Bluff,
new
I guess,
season
huh?
of the EPT? I
appreciate it.
believe at some
So you
point
fold
this
here,
week we will be announcing the first couple of stops, so stay tuned, stick around.
What?
I wasn't even sure we were here. I just booked a flight and got lucky.
Because you have queens in your range.
Queens but not ace king. That doesn't make much sense, right?
Hmm?
Queens but not ace king. That doesn't make much sense.
I feel like, because, I don't know, I feel like.
I had king and queen. How are you guys?
According to the
You're
Twitch
happy?
chat, every single way to play those eights is wrong.
What the
Ah,
hell is going on?
so absolutely no way that anyone was going to get through that.
Calling
Outside kings
would be idiotic.
Yeah.
Folding, idiotic.
Feeling
Stupid.
was
Shoving.
not good enough.
Oh, it's just
Idiotic.
crazy.
Didn't want to call with Stevie so short.
10-9 and you get a team against what?
Also, they said the American commentators, pure pain.
Pure pain.
Pure pain.
Not even poison in their ear, as I heard you were recently.
Ear poison, that's
Ear
right.
ear
I'm
poison.
ear poison.
Your competition was ear poison.
Pure pain.
Pure pain. And following a raise
How much?
from Ali Reza,
A bit more.
the boy Stephen Chidwick is all in for
Million.
his last
980.
990,000.
990.
With blinds at 40,000, 80,000, I can't give you an exact big blind count, but it's a little over 10. Somewhere 12. 80 doesn't divide equally into 990 is all I'm saying, Matt, and so it's virtually impossible.
Yeah, even computers, I understand, can't do that. I think that's what Flynn does in the original Tron to make the master,
It
the
just
MCP.
melts down.
He just says, work out how many big blinds you've got at 4080 with a 10k ante. Stop it, Flynn. Don't make me do it.
You folded so high. I saw the ace of hearts.
That's a good card.
Very disturbing tweet from Joshua Brett that I'm not going to read.
Yeah, I nearly did, and I thought,
Because best case scenario, he's talking about poker.
see, that's even darker than I was thinking. Don't forget, hashtag EPT Live. Paul is out, and under the gun +1, Igor with the ace queen. 35 minutes on the clock. We as experts on Twitter saying Shemian has had more playable hands in one orbit than I have had in my entire life. I find that hard to believe, but I will believe it anyway. And ace king for Igor, under the gun, raising it up. Mustafa with the suited ace 7 in the cutoff. At least going to pay to see a flop Stephen Chidwick just praying for a big one. 9 deuce off is not a big
1.8.
one.
1.8. Okay. More. No?
No, 1.6, 1.8.
Oh, you're right. Cool.
So it is Ole to call with the Jack-9 off. Gonna call these cards out for Sam, the Manic Fleet, who is listening to us just on headphones, not in vision.
Well, don't stop there. Describe Olashemian.
He is an attractive, if slightly over hairy man. He looks a bit like that bit in Castaway when you see like fat Tom Hanks struggling to catch like even a crab, and then it cuts like a match shot, and suddenly you realize that some time has passed because now he's skinny and really cooked by the sun, and he can spear a stickleback from 100 yards. That's kind of what Ollie is rocking. Well, the ace-7 for Canet, the ace-king for Kurganov, and the king-3 for Newey. Not going to be thrilled to see the 9-5-6 rainbow flop. Come the diamond turn, come the Badoogie.
Still no idea what Badoogie is.
Such a good game.
Mustafa can it.
Really soft bet, like really like almost like trying to open the door when you don't want to wake up someone. Just get that bet out there, but shh.
Hammering the gut shot.
Congratulazione.
Maybe a little bit of a reverse tell there, too. People tend to put their bets out very softly. Amateurs put their bets out very softly when they have a strong hand and slam them out there when they have a weak hand. So maybe that was intentional on his part.
Could be.
But I win.
I do like Mustafa. He's a funny lad.
He's really funny. I think he thinks the word bro is like a period or a full stop.
Yeah, I got a friend like that. Bro. Or blood, he calls me for some reason.
Calls you blood?
Ah, blood. I got to tell you, mate. Ah, bro. And after a while, you kind of just want to kill him.
Thank you.
Extreme, I know.
Please.
There's a legit question that's come in from Caspian Shark saying, is it possible?
No, not a legit question.
Yeah, I think so. Is it possible to cash out on PokerStars if you've never deposited? So it's like you've won money through free rolls and stuff. I actually don't know, but I'm pretty sure that if you got in touch with support, they will help you out.
My guess is that if you have won money on PokerStars, you may cash it out. If you've been transferred money on PokerStars, that is likely to not be allowed. Because it ain't a money swapping service. It's a poker site.
It's a what?
I'll explain it to you later.
Oh, that's why it's called I thought it was PokerStars. So that's poker and stars. Right, okay. Any aces in the deck, I wonder? As we see Ali Reza make it 175 with his ace-king.
That's 1.1.
Ollie with yet another playable hand.
That's 1.1, 2.5, 2.7, 3.8.
Has 3-bet to 500,000.
No.
Patehi, who we've already commented on today, does a good job of just looking like nothing. Doesn't look strong, doesn't look weak, just kind of looks like...
I mean, he looks confused, but you would expect him to have difficult decisions with many of his hands because he's a relative amateur. And so just because he looks pained here, I don't think he's giving away too much. I mean, he's giving away the fact that he doesn't have aces or kings, but that's about it.
I must find, of all the things I ever act at a table, acting
All in.
confused, I find very handy. All in is announced. Quick fold from the ace-10 of Ole. Yeah, to act confused, like, I don't really know what to do here. I find that very easy to sell, because most of the time there is an element of that in all of my moves.
3-3 I have.
So slightly just putting the pedal down on confused is like, well, I was kind of there anyway.
I mean, a side shove reeks of ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, all hands that have ace-10 dominated. That's why it's such an easy fold for Ola. And I think certainly given Ali Reza's history or lack thereof, the shove there is the right play. You don't really want to play post-flop if you don't have to against these guys that are going to have a post-flop edge against you.
And probably a pre-flop. And in fact, like when you wake up in the morning, they've already got an edge over you. Just like all the walks
absolutely.
of life.
So if you can get it in with a very strong hand where you're likely to be the favorite or racing, I think that that's not a terrible strategy, especially because everyone's pretty shallow. You know, maybe you don't want to get it in for 100 big blinds each there, but for 35 big blinds effective, makes perfect sense.
Being asked, how much is first by Circus Pony? 1.77 million euros. A prize pool of nearly 6 million generated for this super high roller. The last of season 12.
Yeah, so 46 players, 61 total entries, so quite a few re-entries.
15.
15, that's right. That's awesome math. That's so good. Put that calculator away.
Oh, don't tell them.
Do you remember how cool the calculator watch was?
Oh man, that was witchcraft. That was like
I wanted one of those so bad. Did you dream about cheating on your math test when that came out?
I actually did.
My teacher would never notice.
I actually did. I cheated my A-level physics. Sorry, I wish my O-level physics. Because what I did was, you remember there was a phase where you got these security pens. I don't know if you had in the States. So on the back of your VCR player in this pen, you would write your postcode. And in fact, it was invisible to the naked eye. But under ultraviolet lights, if the police, for instance, found some cache of stolen goods, they could put it under the ultraviolet and your postcode would appear.
Really?
So we went around the house and just would write our postcode and everything. But what I realized was if I wrote on the back of my calculator, if I just got the light just absolutely perfect, I could see it. So I wrote all the formulas and theorems that I needed to refer back to.
Oh man, you use invisible ink to cheat at school?
I was able, for the physics, I was allowed to use it. You were allowed to use a calculator. Obviously, you weren't meant to. There was all this stuff you were meant to remember. But I would just like pick up my calculator and I would just do this. Again, I would pretend I was confused.
So for like velocity is mass times speed, you would write that on the
sort
back.
Of stuff. Well, I mean the more tricky ones, but yes, absolutely. And so I would just have my calculator and I'd pretend to work something out, and then I'd do my confused face, and then I'd kind of spin it in my hand like it was a physical twitch. And then I just waggle it until the light caught it.
We got a real interesting hand shaping up here, even though no one's got anything. Ali Reza has bet the flop, bet the turn. And went bet call on the, it sure didn't. Wow, we really missed a lot during that anecdote. I saw the two hands and I was like, yeah, nobody's got anything. Kurganov bets the flop. After it was unraised pre-flop, Ali Reza raised, which I will say isn't always the most credible thing. Kurganov floats him. Then Fatahi bets turn, follows up on the turn with a bet like he's supposed to do. Bets around, yeah, bets way under half pot is the problem. Then Kurganov raises him. I just don't see Fatahi ever being able to do anything here other than just fold. And I think that was it. Yep, there it goes. Well played by Igor. Saw some weakness there. Figured Fatahi probably wouldn't raise the flop if he actually had a strong hand there. And just played back at him super hard. Got the fold. That's some cool poker right there, guys. By the way, that'll never work when you do it.
No, oh God. No, don't try that in the real world.
Don't you try that.
No. Good news for Mr. Igor Kurganov, up onto and just over the 50 big blind mark. Not the deepest field in the world. 14 bigs, 15 right up to the 50 of Igor, and Ali Reza Fateh's 47. 25 minutes still on the level. Getting a lot of flack for cheating at physics in like 1986. Yeah, get over it. All right.
Fold.
That was a long while ago. I'm sure that cheating technology has really come on since then. Now I'd probably just have someone tweet me. I've got my watch is like connected to my phone, but my watch looks like it's just an analog one with dials on, but messages come up when I need them to. That would probably be my chosen method.
I feel like they're going to be on to all that stuff now, right? They probably
have to strip you down. You probably have to go through like an airport, like metal detector. Well, that's a nice flop for the ace-3. Ollie raises up to 175,000 with the king-8 suited clubs. Mustafa Canik goes fishing with the ace-3 off. And the good news is a check from Mustafa has indeed brought forward a continuation bet from Ollie.
Eric Redmond, who tweets in to say, Canet looks a bit like Fred Armisen. Am I right? I think what you mean to say is Canet's glasses look like Fred Armisen's glasses.
Who's Fred Armisen?
That guy.
Oh. Yes. He wears similar glasses. And now an 8 for Ollie.
And yes. Well, Shimon's going to bet his 8 here.
Yeah. Well, they see bet after that disastrous flop. After a check from Mustafa. Look at Mustafa's face. He's going, oh, God, I'm pretty sure I've got an unbeatable hand. But that's not to say Ollie can't have raised up with an ace. It's not impossible. Everyone gets an ace at some point, Joe.
Well, his best case is to be chopping with another ace.
Ah, the old 9. Yeah, the old 9 ball on the end, am I right?
Shemian Rivers, a flush draw. Goes check, check. Yeah, once he gets called there on the turn.
I show always both
Shemian
of
can
them,
really
but I
bet
like
again.
to show it slowly.
Just a response there to the dealer suggesting you have to show both cards. He was always going to. And up to 2.7 million now for Mustafa. "25-year-old Italian player won a 10K, 25K, and 50K high rollers on the EPT. It'd be lovely to take this one down and get the full quartet. Over $6 million in live earnings. Yikes! And just for a change, we've been quite fortunate actually. Some big showbiz hands. I know it's not always the big hands that give us the action, but something to keep the new viewers excited about. A raise from Ollie. Paul Newey out of there. Ollie only started his hand with, I think, 27 bigs.
All right, here we go.
Oh, let's see.
So raise 3-bet, king, queen suited in position. Yikes. I think you got to get out of the way here.
I would have to agree.
I think you can very easily be dominated. Even though you are in position, you know, you're playing against 2 of the best players in the world.
Yeah, there are times to be excited about position, and then there are times to go, do you know what?
Yeah.
This is probably not a good spot for me.
And you're not closing the action.
No. So it is all the way back round. 255,000 to call. But this is a little something we like to call no limit hold'em.
Just a call.
Cheeky. Over $1 million in the middle.
Kurganov's 9's doing about as well as you can expect against 2 aces after the flop. As well as you would expect, I should say, not as well as you can expect, because you can't expect to flop a set.
That is true, but yeah, that's in this particular setup a dangerous flop for Kurganov, because he's going to just think, phew, that's nice.
Shemian's check to the razor.
Everyone in Twitch is going, cheeky monkey. That little check from Ole, sneaky, sneaky, cheeky.
And Igor does continue. I guess he's going to continue pretty small, though. Yeah, 250 into $1 million.
Yeah. That's around a quarter, Joe.
Yeah,
I
buddy.
just checked on the back of my calculator. I had the...
You wrote it on there.
The formula for that.
You had written down how much is 250 into $1 million.
Yeah. Because I knew that was going to come up at some point. Oh, and is he going to keep the cute, cheeky moves?
And Shemian keeps playing it slow. Another diamond on the turn. Now Kurganov does pick up a gut shot. Shemian's got the only diamond.
Unique checking style.
And the 9s don't get there. There is a 4-card straight out there. You don't expect Kurganov's going to have a 4 too often.
See, these are the spots where I always think, you know, they say, are you missing a, you know, oh, you got a bit for, you got to get some value of your hand, but, you know, what hand worse than yours is going to call? And it's another one of those where you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, I think that Igor does have a hand that can call. I do think this is one of those spots where really good players have to go for value.
Yeah.
That folks who are a little shy see the diamonds, they see the 4-card straight, they just check. I think Igor is only going to have a 4 in cases where he occasionally might have like an ace-4 suited or pocket 4s. I think with a diamond draw, Igor probably bets a little bit more on the flop.
$1.54 million in the middle.
That's good. If you were bluffing 8s, I guess you would have bet bigger, right?
I
think if you're bluffing 8s, he probably would have bet bigger.
Yeah, I was, do you know what? It's so funny you've said that. I was
Yeah.
just thinking that. That's unbelievable. It's uncanny. It's exactly the sort of thing I was going to say. Oh, the old whistle, eh? And that little pot brings Ole Shemian up to 3rd spot with 15 minutes left on this level. We will roll straight into the next level of 50,000, 100,000 with a 10K.
You have one
As
guess
it
at my hand.
As it stands, you can see, so 38 bigs now for Ole. Paul and Steven still hanging on in there.
Me saying that.
Over $1 million each.
It wasn't very good.
Being asked by Cedric, how much poker do you guys play?
King
It
Queen.
really depends on a week-by-week basis for me.
11.
11, is that your answer?
Yeah.
11. I was going to say more like 48. So
well, you do play more poker than me.
I do. It depends what other things I've got going on in my world. I still love the old 6-max sit and goes. Still love the old 50-50s for fun.
Stronger pre-flop though.
So I don't know. I play every week, probably is fair to say. Some weeks more than others.
So you didn't even
But
beat
not
ace.
at an amazing level,
No, I did.
as you probably gathered from my ICM knowledge. Passionate recreational player is how I would describe myself to people.
Nice.
And ace-9
I
is
wouldn't say
all
nice,
in
that was close.
Chiwick. After the Igor raised it up with the 5-7 suited.
Nice one, Stevie.
Back in the game. Feels like we've been talking about Paul Newey and Stephen Chiwick as short stacks for a long while, but a couple of key folds from Paul have landed up for him. And some real patient play from Stephen Chidwick, keeping him alive. Nearly 1.4 million to play with.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of play in these stacks. That's why we're seeing a lot of chips going in pre-flop.
Fold.
The Igor Kurganov fatty hand is really the only post-flop trickery we've seen.
Agreed. Igor is out. Round to Alireza Fateh. 6-7 suited.
Cedric, just to answer your question honestly, I don't play a whole lot of poker. I spend a lot of time working, doing other stuff. Poker's kind of my job, so I tend to do other things in my free time. I play every once in a while.
That is true, actually. I find the less poker in my working life, the more poker I play. Which is an obvious thing, I guess. Probably happens to a lot of people if a kind of a hobby and a passion becomes a career all of a sudden. When I was into video games, I actually stopped playing much video games because you're so sick of them during the day. The last thing you want to do is chill out with them, and poker can do the same thing.
Yeah.
We're going to sweat this one with Paul. He has not put his cards in the magic box, so we don't know what he's got here. And in fact, it kind of doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
A continuation bet from Alireza. Good enough. See, that's what 6-7 does for you, kids.
You were right. I'm sorry I doubted you before when you said you would have played 6-7.
Yeah, well, I know they were diamonds and those were hearts, but they're both red.
I think, isn't hearts slightly better than diamonds?
Should he... Yeah, in fact, they are one rank better.
No big blind over there.
Should he die, call. That's what I. That's how I remember. Spades, hearts, diamonds, clubs. I don't like to ignore our key viewers, but I don't understand this question from Alex. Have new for competition? Come back to you on that one. It's an all-in with the Jack-10 suited for Mr. Stephen Chidwick.
Hello.
Ah.
Somebody's getting called.
Yeah, no amount of ICM and laddering up is going to stop this from getting fruity.
1.36.
I'm going to put him on aces or kings. Oh, no, we can see his cards. Sorry.
Take a guess anyway, though.
Well, you know, accidentally I got
Pretend like you haven't seen them.
Aces or kings, I'm going to say most of the time.
Call.
He called.
He called. Igor's out of then.
Good luck.
Good luck to you, sir.
Very likely to see a Paul Newey double up and a Stephen Chidwick cripple up.
You were going to say elimination, then you realized. I saw what happened in your head.
No, I thought about it ahead of time.
So you wanted to say cripple up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. He has been very patient. And this is where we find out if that patience will be rewarded. taking a moment to enjoy the pre-flop reverie.
One spade.
Take it.
110.
Paul New Israel happy.
Queen spade.
And that is another spade. 12 outs. Is it too many outs?
I think it's still within the reasonable outs range. Spade 10 or jack.
King on the river. Knew he does double up. Chidwick left with 4 big blinds.
Eesh.
1 million what?
Oh, we caught the reaction of the rail. Yes.
It's good.
So I'm very happy there. Way more emotion than from the player himself, who just took it in his stride, just his tournament life on the line. And again, earlier on we reported he was $1.5 million up, now nearly 2 million from the start of the day. Sadly, the blinds have progressed to a point where that still really only puts him around the 27 bigs mark with 8 minutes on the clock. Remind you, the next player out going to walk away with 378,750 euros. Prize pool of nearly 6 million.
Paul Newey, 3 double ups so far today.
He isn't going to collect any bounties playing that way, though.
No, my God. You got to knock people out. So no raise from Igor. Slow plan at ace queen. Fatty, he does flop best, though.
Wasn't a string bet, was a min bet. Good
Can't
enough.
string them in.
I feel bad for Alex Bays on Twitter. He's having one of those fat finger text days. He came up with the sentence "have new for competition," and I gave him a little tickling as a ribbing, and he said, "Sorry, who has woke the boom competition?" Which I'm guessing mean who has won the boom competition. Coming to you at some point very shortly with the winners of the Bad Beat Boom competition. And you see our leaderboard here. 4 big blinds for Stephen Chidwick. Going to be desperate to make something happen in the next 6 minutes. Because the blinds, the ante will stay the same, but the blinds are going to tick up to 50,000, 100,000 in around 6 minutes. What a beautiful, beautiful room. And that looks like an under-the-gun move from Mr. Stephen Chidwick. We only know one of his cards, but it's an ace, and that's probably going to be enough. However, Mr. Kings and Aces, oh!
Is he not all in?
Well, so close, I don't know. I thought she said a raise, but I thought that's strange. I didn't realize he kept something
He
behind.
had 4 big blinds, so he technically didn't have to go all in. I guess he didn't go all in, but he did call all in.
Yeah, strange. So it's the ace-king suited for Paul Newey, but the player at risk who needs to improve or he will leave our super high roller final table in the 6th spot. Right now, Stephen Chidwick's fans holding their breath.
This is going to be quite a showing for Paul Newey, who came in as the shortest stack. With only 5 big blinds himself, I think. And it's looking pretty good for him to outlast at least 3 players.
Yeah, just 11% chance of Stephen Chidwick sticking around. Just 3 outs in the deck for Stephen Chidwick. One of these 2 Brits is leaving the game.
No 3.
No joy, and we do lose Stephen Chidwick in 6th spot. Gets 378,750 euros. The next player out. Now these 5 have locked up 485,300 from that near 6 million euro prize pool. And as you say, Joe, a good showing for Paul Newey, who has hung in there and had those key crucial double ups to still be in the game.
Guys laddering up like Mario and Donkey Kong.
Nice.
Put it in.
Jumping those barrels, huh, Hardigan? Picking up that hammer.
Oh, it's so painful. Just poor James.
You're in here next with me, buddy.
Paulus.
Cover your mouth. Come on now. 3 minutes left here.
Fold.
As we see Mr. Newey, who now, for the first time in a while, not the shortest stack down there. Him and Chidwick were holding up the bottom of the leaderboard. Now he is second from bottom. 33 bigs. Not far behind Ollie. Not far, really, behind the chip leader.
Yeah, no one's really that far from anyone else here. 48 big blinds on top, 32 on the bottom. So while no one's super short, no one's super deep either.
Which I kind of like. You kind of just expect everyone to play for it, because no one can just feel they're safely out of danger, and no one feels like, well, any 2 cards.
Broughton, can I use this form for something personal real quick?
Yeah, go on them.
Somebody kicked my old roommate out of your clan again.
I can't abuse my power. What's his name in the clan? Do you know?
I don't know, but he's JDA in the chat. He'll tell you. Come on, buddy, do something. I rarely pull strings. King high flop.
Oh, hello. Why don't you just take with you the nuts flush? Obviously up and down for Ole, but the hand already locked down.
Well, isn't that special?
Good spot. Oh, look, scratchy head.
What do I do?
Scratchy
Oh, God, I'm so stressed out over this nut flush.
Oh, I just... Don't do too much of it, is all I'm going to say. I like it. I think it's good.
Ola Shemian's going to fall for this. I mean, Ola's got nothing but jack high right now. He may feel as if he's got a bluff at this. But I'm just not sure he's going to fall for those theatrics. Guy knows what he's doing. He didn't spend 7 years in Tibet. Oh, I guess he did.
And Ole Shemin is going to feed the machine one more time. 880,000 in the middle. Oh, big puff there. Did you see that big puff? Oh.
I mean, this would be amazing if he puts out all these theatrics and then calls.
440,000, half the pot out there from Ole.
I mean, it is obviously we can see the cards, so we know he's putting on a big act here. But there's been plenty of times when we've seen folks put on this song and dance. This is one thing I'm pretty good at spotting.
See, I personally would have preferred here a snap shove. Like, do you know what I mean? Rather than all the things, because if you do all this thinking, then make a big re-raise, it's better that as soon as Ollie bets, you just go bang, I'm all in.
Right.
I just think that looks more like the kind of crazy thing.
Like,
that
who thinks this hard and then raises? There it is. Who thinks this hard and then shoves when they don't have it?
In a word, no one.
Nice try, Lao Shay.
Thank you.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Get out your pens and pencils, buckaroos. It's time to take down the secret code to win your Red Ryder BB gun. Tonight's free roll, 9:15 Central European time. The password is Nouveau. That's French for nouveau. Half of that's true. Free roll kicking off at 9:15. What's in the free roll now, Lisa? Is it $1,500 in the free roll?
Joe, it's been $2,000 for some time.
Has it? But I'm not incorrect because there is $1,500 in the free roll.
Yes, plus an additional 500,
Right.
making a total of 2,000.
Correct. Well
Now,
done.
How many, and I guess you know the audience pretty well, Joe, how many of our regular viewers are really going to struggle to spell that password?
All of them?
Registration opens, by the way, in 3 minutes' time. You can't actually join the free roll just yet, which is why, as Joe advised you, you might want to write it down, correct spelling, and then register for the game when the lobby is available in the next 2 or 3 minutes. So here we are, 5-handed in the 100K super high roller, kicking off. Level number 21, blinds are now 50,000, 100,000, with a 10,000 ante. And this table, Joe, is pretty shallow in terms of stacks.
It's evenly shallow, yeah, like fairly shallow for everyone.
Fatehi's reclaimed the chip lead, by the way, after that hand against Shemian. He's playing around 50 big blinds. The second biggest stack is Kurganov with 30 bigs. I mean, he open shoves on the entire field there with ace-king.
And that's right, Rage Tilt. The password is Nouveau, as in Pierre Nouveau.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was alluding to when I suggested that there could potentially be the misspelling of the free roll password.
And talk to Steve Dwyer again?
Yeah.
Today?
Yeah. I told him that the danger player is leaving now. Tight one.
Yeah. Ali
You know, we have a
today.
long-standing tradition of having really interesting amateurs in Monaco. We
That's
had
true, actually.
Zaki last year, right?
Yes.
We had him and Lyndon Basher both last year. Pretty interesting guys. Who's that dude who like drove his Ferrari off the boat to come play a couple years ago in the super high
I
roller?
can't remember his name, but yeah, he was a super high roller player. So the chip lead is raised under the gun with 8-9 of clubs. It's been folded around to the small blind. Paul Newey, who has the aces.
Rockets.
Three bet from Newey. Igor Kurganov in the big blind folds. He had nines. And there's the fold from Fatehi.
Had a pair, Paul.
AJ Barnett tweets to say, been waiting for the blinds to go up solely for the sake of easier math.
Don't give information.
No.
Oh, 5,100. That's my favorite blind level.
Just
You
say
want
it
to
in a
quiz
few
me?
minutes.
Was that a naughty one?
We'll see in a few minutes.
No, it sounds like a naughty one.
So after that, Joe, Paul Newey has
Don't talk to him
2.9
either.
million.
He's
How
not
many
a
big
nice
blinds
person.
does Paul Newey have?
29.
So,
He's
so good.
World. Have all the chips. He's
Got it.
Opening every hand.
Matt left his calculator here, though.
Also,
Here,
with
take
Ole
that
also
back.
saying, just he talked to me 5 minutes and called me by ace high.
Ace deuce.
Yeah, ace deuce.
Ace deuce.
Not, no
Not
kick.
even.
Just 5 minutes.
You are
that's
big
enough.
blind.
He's genius.
So on to hand number 59. King 5 suited for Canet under the gun.
He likes a good under the gun raise, this Mustafa Canet. I think he's pretty balanced as far as UTG raises are concerned.
I can confirm that registration is now open in the free roll. So if you enter the word Nouveau, you will be able to register for that game starting at 3:15 Eastern. That's 9:15 Central European time. 4 hours from now. 300 players snap register within seconds of the tournament opening.
Cedric, we are happy to have you as a new regular viewer. I'm glad that you haven't been driven away by the pure pain or the ear poison.
During the last level, Joe, I went out onto the tournament floor to take a look at what was going on in the FPS main event.
Yeah.
Obviously, we are going to be streaming the final table of that tournament tomorrow. They're down to 24, down to the final 3 tables.
Better than me.
Players you may have heard of still in. Tuda Perici, I think, is still chip leader.
See a flop with that one.
Neil Farrell, EPT 12 Malta champ, still a big stack.
You mean Niall Farrell?
Gleb Tremzen, EPT Prague runner-up.
Gleb Tremzen.
And Keith Johnson, a.k.a. the Silver Pigeon, who final tabled the Dublin High Roller.
Johnson.
And lots of people who I didn't recognize.
Were they all wearing berets and smoking cigarettes?
Not necessarily that obvious, but most of them did look distinctly French.
Did they have paper bags with baguettes sticking out of them on the front of a bicycle?
They were all munching on onions going, oh, hotty hot.
Oh, my mom's from France. It's all right. It's fine.
That is a walk for Olashemian. Next hand, please.
You get me dominated with the 4.
So just talking about that free roll, by the way, more than 1,200 people have now registered. If you missed the password, Nouveau, lowercase, N-O-U-V-E-A-U. On the screen, actually.
1,200 people. I better get in this.
Jack 5, we call it Anaconda.
Jack 5 was my first favorite hand.
And then you lose too much money?
Yes. I never win it again. After Jack small, hate hand. But more Jack 2 and Jack 3.
Look at this shirtless Neymar. Oh, my goodness. He's a sexy guy, huh?
That'll be the KO Poker tab.
What a nice-looking fella he is. I didn't realize. That's going to bring some more women to the game.
Oh, talking of KO Poker, by the way, remember we set that competition earlier to give away some KO Poker tickets based on how bad your bad beat bust out was from a real money tournament. We have got some winners that we'll be announcing very soon here on EPT Live.
Was it, so for the people submitted, was it random draw after that? Was it like the worst percentage beat?
It was based on the badness of the beat.
Oh, nice. I love that.
So we've got 3 runners-up who are going to get $50 spin and KO tickets. And then we have the overall champ who's going to get a $109 MTT ticket. Stand by for that result.
I'm in the free roll. Almost 2,000 entries already. Funny ass, can you please confirm if my boon hand post got through? No. No, we cannot. Thank you for your question.
You'll know if you've won in just a moment as we go to the flop here with Shemian's raise called by Newey with Queen Jack suited, and Newey was ahead before the flop. He's ahead after the flop. Pair of jacks.
Diamond, diamond, diamond. I kind of like Shemian's hand in this case because he can bet and bluff with impunity, whereas Newey's got a hand he's got to worry about. No diamond, not even top pair. Could be outkicked. Lots of bad turn cards. Flame asks on Twitch, how do I find the tournament on Stars? You want to go to the PokerStars client, go to tournaments, and just type in the 3 letters EPT. Make sure your filters are turned off, and 2 tournaments will pop up. Today's free roll and the $1 bounty bonanza. Hop in that while you're at it.
3,200 players have already registered for that.
What's the cap, 30,000?
For the free roll, yes. The Newey rail. Wondering how he'll respond to this continuation bet of 190,000 from Shemian.
I think it's super cute that this guy is, you know, obviously a wealthy man, and he's got a rail. Like, that's how much they all care. Like, they're all really sweating him super hard. That's adorable. He's still a human being.
Hashtag who loves it more. Wow. Folds the best hand.
Yeah, I kind of suspected that was going to happen.
Okay, so let's look at these bad beat bust outs. Chocoyote got it in with ace-king against ace-queen. Ace on the flop, but a queen on the river.
Oh, I've never heard of a beat that bad. Wait, he went in. He got an ace-king versus ace-queen, and ace-queen won?
Correct.
Oh, my God. Hold on.
So, Chocoyote, you get a $50 spin and KO ticket. Frizzy 182.
Hey, Frizzy.
Got it in with 6-5 of spades against 4-8 of diamonds on a 3-spade King 8-4 flop. And there was a 4 on the river to give his opponent a full house. So he's going to get...
That's pretty bad.
He's getting a $50 spin and KO ticket. A2 HK Poker got it in with ace-king against ace-deuce. There was a deuce on the river. You get a $50 ticket. Adski got it in with ace-jack against king 5. And the winner of the 109 MTT ticket, let's go through this one then. Ace-king.
That's supposed to be a drum roll. It screwed me over, James. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ace-king. Against 8-5. The flop is king 9-4. We are a huge favorite. 7 on the turn, 6 on the river. Running cards to give our opponent a straight. Runai 888. You win the 109 MTT KO poker ticket. Thank you to everyone who entered. So they played 63 hands of the final table so far. 46 minutes left on this level. And these are the stacks. The guy who starts the final table with the chip lead is still the chip leader, but obviously has fewer than 50 big blinds right now. It is pretty shallow, and it's going to get shallower when we go to 6120 and the ante doubles to 20,000. Shemian and Newey are the 2 shortest stacks with 25 big blinds each.
Ilya, by the way, in the Russian commentary said those are lame bad beats. Real bad beat is when you get it in with the aces and bear eats you.
So Canet raises under the gun with Jack 8 of clubs. Queen Jack for Fateh. Has Canet dominated?
He will be out of position to can it, though.
The flop. is 7-6-3 with 2 clubs. Fateh still ahead with Queen Jack high. Can it with a flush draw? Plus a backdoor straight draw.
How far are they behind? Half an hour?
250,000 the C bet.
Probably 20 minutes to half an hour.
And even though he's a 58% favorite here, I'm not sure if Fateh can... Wow. I was going to say, I'm not sure he can call here with just 2 overs to the board, but he can do this, which is raise.
Now, the last time he tried to flop raise, it was sniffed out immediately by Igor Kurganov. Igor floated him with Jack-6, no pair, no draw, and then raised him back on the turn. Took it away from him. I understand you don't constantly want to be giving up these pots to these guys. There's just very few hands, I think, that are legitimate raises here. Unfortunately, he's raising a guy who's got a hand he can't fold. I sincerely hope he's not about to rep a flush draw.
King of clubs on the turn. That is a flush for Canet. Fateh does have a redraw to a better flush with the Queen of clubs in his hand.
500.
So Fateh follows his check raise on the flop by betting the turn, 500,000.
Fateh did do what I feared he would. Kept on firing at this. This is a pretty small bet, though.
Yeah, 500,000 into 1.7 million.
I mean, it's possible that he was raising the flop with a better flush draw. Not super likely, though. Mustafa obviously can't fold.
Sure, leaves himself 1.4 million behind. He's the effective stack here. River is the 3 of spades, pairing the board, and Fateh insta-shoves.
Wow.
It's all into call for Canet, who we can see has the best hand, but possibly worried that Fateh did check raise the flop with a better flush draw, or possibly a set which has just improved to a full house.
Gotta give Fateh credit here for really going for it.
A stone cold bluff with just queen high.
I say this story is fairly credible. Doesn't mean Mustafa's gonna fold. But I think he could pretty conceivably play it this way. And remember, a flush isn't the nuts either. The nut flush is not the nuts on this board.
And again, just as we saw earlier on, when Shemian shoved on Canet when he had queens, Mustafa thinking about this decision very carefully.
I mean, it's his tournament life. He can fold here and still have 14 big blinds, or he could call here and potentially be out.
I don't think I can fold.
Not with Fateh, he wants to hear. Pretty sick shove, though. A lot of folks in the Twitch chat seem to think this is an easy call.
I don't think it is, not against this player in particular.
And I think that he could also have conceivably been raising the flop and betting small on the turn with a set.
Canet calls. And will double up and take the chip lead.
Nice call, Mustafa. I appreciate the attempt.
Nice hand anyway. Was tough.
Mustafa Kanat now playing 5.5 million, 54 big blinds. And Ali Reza Fatahi is now the low man at the table with 17 bigs.
My heart was racing during that hand.
Tom Waterman points out that when Fatahi has it, he tanks and plays confused. When bluffing, he insta-bets, insta-shoves, and maybe Kanat picked up on that. To think that the amateur came into this final table with a monster chip lead, pretty much a 2-to-1 chip lead over his nearest competitor, and now he is the short stack at the table. Only player of the final 5 with fewer than 20 big blinds.
What took you so long, bro?
Wasn't easy. I don't know.
You had to check it.
You never get check raise and boom, boom.
To quickly answer Peter 182's question,
tight man.
Ace King versus 8-5 money winner on the flop, Peter. That's why that won.
Tight man.
So the last time we saw Mustafa Kanat was in Dublin. Ornuth has raised the button and we haven't caught his cards. And we've only seen one of Mustafa Kanat's, but do we know he's moving all in?
You like deuces, right?
Well,
You just never lose it.
There it is.
Good game chance. It was really nice to play with you.
Still live, 2 cards, 2 cards.
it's got to be an ace or a 10 on the river or Mustafa Kanat has won it. If it isn't an ace or a 10, it's a jack, and that means it's over. Mustafa Kanat wins the 25k high roller. Chance Cornuth is the runner-up for 360k. Mustafa Kanat wins more than €500,000 and will get to lift the trophy.
Mustafa Kanat, you've won 10K high roller. You've won a 50K high roller. You just won a 25K high roller. Where are you going next?
The 100K, I suppose.
You think it's going to be the 100K? Your prediction for how long that's going to take?
1.5 months, Monte-Carlo.
And here he is with the chip lead, 5-handed, in said 100k tournament in Monte-Carlo.
You gotta believe it first. Nobody ever won 100K thinking they were dead money.
Well, very pleased to be joined in the booth right now by Vanessa Selps from Team PokerStars Pro. Welcome to Monaco, Vanessa. Did you arrive today?
Thank you. Is this the right volume?
What volume do you want? Do you want it lower?
Usually I like to not be able to hear myself. But anyway. No, but seriously, it's like echoing back at me a lot. Hello, guys. Sorry. Technical stuff.
You are meant to hear yourself, by the way. That is a thing.
That's just like a life issue, I think, that I'm trying to work on. Yes, I did arrive today. I arrived earlier this morning. When did you guys arrive? Did you guys also arrive this morning?
No. I have been here since Thursday. Joe and Matt arrived yesterday.
Oh, all right. 200? Joe, you're looking kind of tan.
I just moved to LA, so.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. You left us in the dust.
You're tan too.
Thank you.
Left you in the dust. I invited you to so many things. You're always busy.
Yeah, maybe.
Busy in Brooklyn.
Well,
Brooklyn's a whole 3.5 miles from where I live, James, but nobody would ever go from Brooklyn to New Jersey.
The only reason to live in Jersey is to play on PokerStars.
Hey, there you go. Way to fly the company flag.
Hey, yo. But it's true. People are flocking there like mad. I mean, maybe not exactly like flocking there like mad. But okay, so look at this. Look at this usual cast of characters here. I kind of miss playing these things.
And look at this flop, Vanessa.
Yeah, that's a big one. That's money's going to go in, I think.
So Newey raised under the gun. Shemian defended his big blind. He has the flush draw, the straight draw, Newey with middle set, bottom set rather. I was going to ask you about, because obviously when you tweeted you were coming here, you said it's been a while since you've played live poker. So, I mean, have you missed it? Have you been away for a while?
I have missed it a lot. You know, honestly, if I'm going to be honest with you, I was feeling. I never played a ton of poker like the way that these guys who played every tournament. I was never that person. So, but I just needed a break, and I played one tournament in between now and PCA basically. So, for like one day basically. So I played one day of poker in 4 months, and it was lovely. But yeah, I definitely miss it. I'm really excited to be back here, especially Monte-Carlo. Such great tournaments here. Super pumped. Playing the main tomorrow. It's going to be great.
So Shemian checks the action to Newey, who continues for 285,000.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shemian's got a lot of options here. Newey betting that flop signifies that he has something, but, I think Shemian's draw is big enough that he's just going to probably maybe set them all in or something. Either raise or set them all in and hope that Newey might make a big fold. I wouldn't be surprised to see him call. I wouldn't be surprised to see him raise less than all in. I wouldn't be surprised to see him say just like all in.
All in.
Yep.
There's the shove from Shemian, called by Newey, who is currently a 6-4 favorite.
Nailed it.
But has to dodge a lot of cards in the deck. You can see Shemian's out to the top of the screen. Sevens, jacks, and clubs working for Ola Shemian.
I'm going to estimate that Oldie has about 38% equity here, and Newey has around 60%.
Vanessa sells on point.
We don't have the stats on the screen. Is that right, guys? We can't see. In
the people at home have it, I think.
Oh, is that right? We can't see in the booth.
Close. Is it close? Yeah, we're being told you're very close.
Oh, okay, good.
3 of clubs on the turn.
I think it's more like 80-20 now, closer to 80-20.
So Newey can still win this if the board pairs, looking to improve to a full house on the river. Otherwise, we are down to 4.
There's an 8 working for him, too.
That would see the board pair.
Fair enough.
The river card is the King of Diamonds, and Paul Newey busts in 5th place. He collects 485,300 euros.
2.5.
They're just going to verify the stacks, but it looks to us that Shemian has Newey covered, and Paul is gone.
Pretty good, though. Started today with 5 big blinds, 8 players to start things off. He goes out in 5th. Not bad at all.
Yeah, he's gotten to be an impressive player. I mean, I think he, started without much idea of what he was doing, and we've really seen him, I think, start to understand the spots better. He used to just basically play aces and kings, and we see him make some tight folds. I know earlier I was watching the stream and we saw him make a fold with pocket eights and stuff like that. But I think he understands. He's starting to understand situations really well, and although it may seem like he's just a really, really tight player, he does, take advantage of certain spots and take advantage of his image, and we're seeing it in his results. I mean, he's been cashing or coming close to cashing a lot of these big events that he's playing.
Gioca bene. Yeah.
Right?
This is his biggest super high roller finish. He bubbled one, he min cashed one, and he laddered up quite a bit today.
Absolutely. So after that hand, Ola Shemian moves pretty much neck and neck with Mustafa Canet. 53 for Canet, 52 for Shemian. Those are the big blinds they're now playing. Kurganov 26 bigs, and Fatahi, the start of day chip leader, is still the low man at the table with 17 big blinds.
This is quite the lineup. That would be fun to see Musta just like declare
calling a shot,
like Babe Ruth style. That would be pretty sweet, I guess. No. But I'd be happy, honestly, to see any of these guys win. Obviously, to have an amateur take down a super high roller is always incredible, and then the 3 of these other guys are just really world-class players. I mean, and also nice guys, just all 3 of them. So
this is my favorite dynamic: is having 3 or 4 heroes and one unknown quantity, one like just happy-go-lucky amateur in there. I think it makes for really interesting poker. We saw a great hand a few moments ago where Fatahi tried a massive river bluff shove that got picked off by Mustafa. I think that when you have a bunch of heroes only playing against each other, they all play a pretty similar style. The decisions are a lot easier, so I like it when there's a wild card in there to mix things up.
Yeah, what was that hand? That sounds really interesting.
See if I can remember it. Let's see. It was Queen Jack versus 2 clubs.
Jack 8 of clubs.
Jack 8 of clubs.
Can it open under the gun with Jack 8 of clubs?
Let James do this.
Queen Jack. the hand for Fatehi. And I can't remember the exact flop. It's a 2-club flop. And it's 6-7-3 on the flop with 2 clubs. And Mustafa continues. He then barrels turn for about $500,000. Canet calls. 3 of spades on the river, pairing the board, and Fateh snap shoves on Canet, who's in the tank for about 2 minutes before eventually calling.
Got it. Yeah. So I mean, that's fun to see. I mean, he obviously got unlucky that Musta had the flush there rather than the overpair, because it seems like if he was tanking that long with the jack-high flush, he probably would have folded an overpair without hesitation, it seems like. So that's cool. Unlucky for him, but it's cool to see him take those chances.
So Canet button raised with Queen 10 of diamonds. Shemian has 3-bet from the small with Queen 6 of clubs.
I had to do it, man. Same hand again.
He folded.
Canet folded, and that means Shemian takes the chip lead.
Misplayed.
Who shows that? You? Same hand again. Your favorite? Yeah.
Huh.
Of course.
That's very surprising to me. Maybe he just feels like with the 2 stack sizes, the 250 big blind stack sizes, Ole's probably been pretty tight out of the small blind, and Queen 10, it may look pretty, but it's a dominated hand against,
6, 7? 6,
if Ole is re-raising a lot of value hands, aces, kings, ace, king, ace, queen, king, queen, stuff like that, Queen 10's going to be dominated, and I think he's feeling like he's not wanting to get involved in really big pots, for ICM purposes, with 2 much shorter stacks and a lot of money on the line.
Yeah,
so, that's why he folds that hand. So good recognition of the spot by Shemian, and he does play a tighter pre-flop style. I mean, I think people think that Ole is like very loose and aggressive, and I don't know how he's been playing today, but I think he's actually he plays a pretty disciplined style. He gets out of line sometimes, but I think out of all these guys, he's probably the tightest in terms of opening and 3-betting pre-flop, just generally, and in terms of my experience playing with him. So that was what Mustafa was thinking about there.
Mustafa's definitely been the loosest.
Yeah, that's
pre-flop.
That's no surprise.
So Kurganov completes in the small. Fatehi wakes up with 10s in the big blind.
I have a feeling he's going to just shove, but I would really like to see him not just shove. Either way, Igor's just going to fold. Okay, good. That's much better. Igor's just going to fold here. And this is why I think you see... I don't know how he's been playing, but a lot of the times these limp pots in the big blind versus blind, a lot of amateurs will just play pretty straightforward from the big blind. And what that means is, like, if they have like a 7-9 suited... Oh, never mind.
Igor did not just fold, he shoves on Fatehi, who calls.
I did not see that happening. Now, I thought there was a chance that Igor may have played back at him or even just seen a flop, because Igor's kind of eaten his lunch a few times post-flop, but I would not have expected it to go in before the flop.
I mean, honestly, I haven't been here, and it sounds like from what you're saying, this guy's been pretty aggressive. I will say that generally what I was starting to say was that people tend to play, especially amateurs, tend to be pretty happy to see a flop in the big blind for free when it checks to them, like in a limp pot, which means that usually when they raise the big blind, even in shorthanded situations, you see like pretty strong hands most of the time, which is why I'm quite surprised that Igor shoved here.
Yeah, I've seen Igor get befuddled by amateurs before, actually. Wasn't another super high roller too, where Igor ended up calling off some really weak hand, I think, up against a spot, in a spot against an amateur where I think he's almost always going to have it. Yeah, Vanessa, I agree with you that, like if Fateh had some bad hand, he's probably not going to raise and like defend his big blind super hard the way a lot of the heroes are going to do it.
I don't think so. I mean, I think, maybe with his worst hands, he might even have raised. But even like the fact that he raised to only 3 times the big blind, and like if he's got like a hand like 7 deuce or something, he's just like, I'm going to win this pot. A lot of times you'll see like a 4x raise. Like a raise that's just like, don't mess with me. The 3x raise is kind of inviting the call. It's not such a big raise that Igor can't call with it. And I just think, especially with amateurs blind versus blind, that tends to be value hands. But you know, I can't criticize Igor. He obviously is one of the best players in the world, and he's been playing with him the whole tournament. So it's possible there's history there. Just without history, I hate that play. But you know,
well, maybe Igor thinks that he's doing that with a hand like Ace-5 that he'll fold. You know, it's like he's not messing around with like a 9-3 or a 6-7.
It's possible that he could be doing it with Ace-5, but if you're looking at like best case, that he's got Ace-5, which he might still decide to call with because it's blind versus blind.
Right.
Then it's still just a really bad shove. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I don't like that at all based on what I know. But, you know, like I said, I have nothing but respect for Igor, and it's very possible there's something going on there.
Give him just one.
All right.
Kurganov down to 9 big blinds now. Vanessa just saw a tweet from Daniel Negreanu that he will be joining Mr. Ronaldo, that's the Brazilian Ronaldo, in the charity event here in Monaco this evening. Is that something that's on your schedule as well?
Yep, I'll be there. We'll be playing it. Is that for right to play?
I imagine it probably is for right to play.
Yeah, they didn't tell me. They just tell me to come to these things. Yeah, it's for right to play.
They don't want to trouble the big star with what we're playing for. We just know it's a good cause.
Yeah, right. Exactly. It's like going. I don't even know.
Have I seen you since Blinds and Justice?
Nice plug there, Joe. I don't know. What is Blinds and Justice?
That's your big charity event that I emceed.
That's right. You did. It's actually, we changed the name of it. It's now called Justice is Blinds.
Justice is Blinds. Okay.
Yeah.
So you went a little more poetic with it.
Well, the story is that basically I messed it up from the beginning. It was always supposed to be a play on. It was always supposed to be a play on Justice is Blind.
Yeah.
But there's a song by Arlo Guthrie called "The Alice's Restaurant Massacre," and I'm like obsessed with that song. It's actually not really a song; it's more like a ballad. And he goes through this entire story, and I've listened to that ballad like 200 times in my lifetime.
Do they say massacre in the song?
Yeah, the Alice's Restaurant Massacre with the 4-part harmony and little orchestration. And anyway, I could go on. I could do the whole thing, but there's a line that goes, "It was another case of American blind justice, and there was nothing he could do about it." So I just have that line in my head, and so I just thought that's the phrase. So I named this whole tournament because of this stupid song. No one got it. No one got the pun. And then my friend was like, "Why didn't you call it Justice is Blinds?" I was like, "Yeah, you're right. Anyway, something's happening in poker now." So.
Well, Shemian opened, Kurganov shoves, Shemian not prepared to call it off with King 7.
Yeah, that's it. And anyway, so that's coming up again September 27th in New York City.
Wait, has it been a year?
Jack 10.
It will have been a year.
Really?
So 6.
It feels like just yesterday.
I know it does. Well, that's because we're old.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that you have seen Vanessa since that because
PCA.
the PCA.
Okay, can we just... I just kind of want to bring that
He
up.
was just plugging the tournament, man.
No, he's not plugging the tournament. He's plugging the fact that he got to MC something.
I mean, I might have been fishing for a compliment about my emceeing job on the live stream, but I also might have just been plugging a very good cause.
Right. That's true. Like Right to Play, which we're playing for tonight, and you did an excellent job of emceeing, especially when you whipped out a pair of supposedly Daniel Negreanu's underwear.
That was true. That was 100% true.
Yeah. That was a prize. That if you come to the charity event, you can win a pair of Daniel Negreanu's underwear.
That was an unadvertised prize because we wanted to make sure the numbers didn't drop.
But we're going to advertise it for next year.
Well, hopefully before that charity event gets underway, Daniel will be following Vanessa into the booth and we'll get some DNEG's analysis of the super high roller. As we move on to hand number 70.
$10 says the Smales kid picks his nose.
So, yeah, Moose is in a difficult position with the stack sizes. Always just punishing him. You know, it's going to be folded, especially with these stacks, to their blinds a lot. And Mustafa's chosen to just limp fold. You know, he's going to be limping some bigger hands, maybe limp re-raising, also limp re-raising some trashier hands. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I don't know that we'll really get to see that fold dynamic because presumably chips will move around at some point. Although... what's his name? Fatehi seems more interested in Twitter, and maybe he's yelping some TripAdvisoring some local restaurants. I don't know.
Or maybe he's receiving tips from his new poker coach, Stephen O'Dwyer.
Was that a real thing?
That's a real thing. After day one, they went out for drinks, and Steve has given him some top advice and top tips.
Really? All right.
Apparently he spoke to Steve before the start of the final table today.
Cool. Steve, killing off whatever's left of the boat. No, I'm just kidding.
If you can't join him, beat him.
Oh, ace-queen for Canet.
Well, this ain't no queen 10 suited, but I don't think Ole's gonna get out of line this time. Timing is really a thing. Although he might actually with king 9 off. We're definitely gonna see a defend or something from oh, yeah. So that's the thing. Timing is really everything there. You know, with king 9, that would have been a hand that he could very reasonably have 3-bet. But if he hadn't just done it the hand before, I think he might have done it that time. It's lucky for him that he chose the time that it worked. And now Igor's either going to shove or he's going to...
Yeah, well, Igor has decided to shove, get snap called, and Igor is dominated.
Yeah.
You mentioned that ace-queen is no queen 10 suited. That's the exact hand that Kurganov has with 31% equity.
No, it's not time to get lucky.
No. Well, if you sing it for me.
Tomorrow, bro, the 50K. One day. You get lucky all the day, perfect.
I don't feel it, bro.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Such a likable dude.
So right.
Musta has good feeling.
Mustafa, how old are you?
Before you get 4.
25.
$10 says he eats it. Okay. Domination Nation.
Guys, he's younger than me.
I know, 24.
Yeah.
3?
Good first card. Afterwards,
I mean, you have backdoor straight too.
It's okay.
It's not that bad. Backdoor flush too. Fuck, you want more than this, bro.
after the 9 of hearts, I want a bit more. I saw that first. Can we split somehow? Barely, right?
I can give you...
Oh.
Ooh.
Picking up
400?
some
500?
equity.
I take the
I
rest.
can take back?
Yeah, and I take the rest.
No, I want 600.
Igor Kurganov looking for a king 10 or 8.
Okay.
Okay. Everyone agree?
Yes.
It's Igor's third super high roller final table here in Monaco in a row.
Everyone is agree.
Everyone.
It's our tournament, right?
You're not agree, right?
11 outs. Go. No.
Still no win for Igor Kurganov in the Monaco super high roller. Out in fourth place,
You played really good.
cashing for 627k.
Thank you.
I love you, bro.
Good luck.
One of the best huggers in the biz, Vanessa, Igor Kurganov.
Yeah, he is. He is an excellent hugger. It's easy to get your arms all the way around
What I
him.
told you
That's
yesterday.
true. I never really thought of that.
You listen
Yeah.
to me.
It's not about the hug that he gives so much as sometimes the hug you receive.
Yeah, I think with the hug that you're able to give.
Right. Yes.
You know?
I can always count on you to analyze things from an interesting perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just really gratifying when you just get all of someone.
Yeah.
You know? Nothing against, you know, larger people.
Do you squeeze them hard so you feel the bones pop?
No, that's a little awkward. See, I do wish there was a little more meat, just so you could, like, whatever.
It's nearly perfect.
I think actually my body type. I think I'm good. You too. You're
I'll give
well.
you-
You're a little too big.
Let's give it.
I mean, like you're broad. You look like you've been like
You're watching EBT Live.
lifting or something.
Muscular? I'll take
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
I do even lift, bro.
I know. It seems like you lift, bro.
You're tan.
Yeah, I am. I've been playing tennis.
Oh, tennis, nice.
Lots
Hey,
of
we
tennis.
actually had a question come in for you, and this guy Cedric's been real cool, even though I'm sure you've answered this question before. Question for Vanessa, live sit and go. Play tight in early blind levels and more loose later, or the other way around?
Yes, Cedric Schmidt. I would say that is correct. I mean, just generally, whenever you are, you know, obviously when there's more people, you have to play tighter. But then also, it really depends on how the table's playing. I mean, when the table's playing tight, you play loose. When the table's playing loose, you play tight. But generally, I find that live sit and goes, people tend to play they don't know push fold stuff very well, and they make just really, they're not nearly aggressive enough towards the end. So my strategy is exactly that. Just kind of wait it out, wait till it's 4 or 5 handed and everybody's kind of short, and then just kind of shove pretty liberally, or make, liberal opens and let people make mistakes, reshove on people and let them make bad folds, stuff like that.
I would agree with that because I know I make a lot of mistakes playing live sit and goes. In fact, the one that we broadcast from PCA, I know I made a few mistakes, places where I should have called all in or shoved all in, and I just folded.
A7.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's hard to look at King 6 and be like, call. Like, yeah.
No, I folded A7. I mean.
Oh yeah, A7. Yeah, that's also hard.
Same.
I guess exactly, but that's my point. Is a lot of people don't know. They don't know. You're not in that situation a lot. So yeah, definitely.
Now this is a chop pot. You know what they say?
Oh, geez.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Kill me.
Wow, not a fan. Or because you just didn't want to sing, or you hate it in general?
No, I just wanted to. I really wanted to. I like the timing. Just kill me right after the.
It's easy to be cynical.
But no, it wasn't about that. It was something completely unrelated. It was just a.
Now I have to check Vanessa, because I want to get this kind of like put into the small print of your contract.
Yeah.
When you go through our TV shows and revoice them for Twitch, and obviously actually provide in-depth analysis, please tell me that you still sing the chop pot song in situations when there's a chop pot.
No danger.
Man, another plug. That's awesome. Thank you. I've been meaning to do that, and I keep wanting to not sing the Chop Box song, but actually do the Twitch stream with the analyzing and the But I like that stuck with you. That really when I was like, yeah, I do your job but better. That really got you. That's stuck with you, because I've only actually done that one time. I've been trying to.
There's no way you can be more fake surprised than James Hardigan. You're not doing that part better.
I could not do any of James's job better. I'm just doing it.
My job, yes, you can do a lot better.
No. It's a different job. I'm just giving a lot more in-depth poker analysis.
Do you pause it?
Yeah, and I'll pause it and chat with people as they kind of. It's kind of like a watch along. It's like as if we're like watching the EPT on the couch together, and that's kind of the idea,
I think it's a good idea, by the way. I love it, but that's the key. You have to kind of pause it to really go into detail, because you know what TV's like. It's like you got to get a lot into 48 minutes.
You also have to know what the F you're talking about.
Exactly.
Oh, we got an all in here.
It'd be interesting. Oh wow, that's a really big all in. He's not gonna call. 17 blinds. I think he's gonna find a fold here. It's close, but he's not wanting to risk his chips with ace 10. This guy's been pretty tight. I think he's gonna make it close. I think he's gonna think about it for a long time and he's gonna fold. So we have some time to talk. But basically, I've been trying to do this this thing. Oh, actually, ace 10 he might call. I don't know. It's close. But anyway, so I've been trying to do this thing, but I've had computer issues and whatever. I just ordered finally a new computer that should be able to handle all of the. Because I didn't want to do it from. I did it from my iMac with my MacBook with the, crappy video cam and everything. And,
dude, you're not getting a Dell.
Did you see my tweet?
I did.
It was pretty awesome. So that's all the crap that I've been going through. So I finally just ordered a brand new iMac, and I'm just gonna do it from that. So Twitch stream coming soon.
Vanessa trolled some poor overseas technical advisor.
I saw the tweet.
Come on, I wasn't even trolling, and
it was amazing.
I was so nice. I had been through such it was the most annoying thing, and I was trying to be all chipper and be like, just be like, could you help me, and then it was just so absurd. But yeah, that tweet got a lot of love.
Got
I imagine
some heat?
from.
Oh.
No, he's counting it out. This is going to be a tank. It's a really close spot. It's kind of like you're not beating value hands. Like, is he shoving? He shoved from the small blind, which he's going to do with, suited connectors, a lot of small pairs. You're flipping a lot, but do you really want to flip against this guy when there's better edges? I mean, the question is he shoving weaker aces? That's what Oli's thinking about. Is he shoving ace-5? Is he shoving queen-jack? I think with the 17 big blinds, he might end up calling because he might believe that that's the case, like ace-8, ace-7.
I mean, when he takes his own perceived range into account.
He's supposed to call for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. He just has to. He just decides he has to, just because there's a lot of I think he thinks he's going to shove smaller aces playing three-handed. So, and the guy's been pretty aggressive.
So here we have Ali Reza Fatahi, who came into this final table with the monster chip lead at risk, flipping against Olashemian. The Iranian businessman, a marginal favorite with 5 cards to come, but this is a race he needs to win to survive.
Like Bay versus Boo, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Eagle's already on the beers.
Are you a Bay person or a Boo person?
Is there a third option?
No, it's only Bay or Boo.
Who's Boo?
Your Boo. Your wife, is she Bay or Boo?
10 on the flop.
Looks like Shaman's gonna win. I don't even know what that means. I mean, I know I must be. I'm just not with it. She ain't my bae, so I guess she's my boo.
There you go.
Is that the right answer?
You got it.
So Fateh now looking for a 5.
What about you, babe? Oh yeah, I mean he's not gonna win. I mean he's got like he didn't hit.
But we want to give this guy the reverence he deserves.
That's fair enough.
For going out in the super high roller here.
You're right.
If he does in fact go out, he does have 2 outs.
The 5.
Oh.
Put the 5 here, please.
Oh, bless him.
Right there. Yeah, exactly there. He can do it. One time he do it for me.
Go, boom.
The businessman from Tehran.
He teach me this like 4 years ago. In a 25K.
Needs a 5 on the river, or we're going heads up in this super high roller. It's an ace, 2 pair for Shemian, and we lose Ali Reza Fatahi in 3rd place. Great showing in his first ever super high roller on the European Poker Tour, 828,500 euros, and I suspect that we may end up taking a short break here, in which case we will bid adieu to Vanessa Selps, and hopefully Vanessa will have some time with you later in the week when you can analyze some more poker here on EPT Live.
Absolutely. Hopefully I won't have to be analyzing these guys because, who can even tell what they're doing most of the time. They're just in a class amongst themselves. So, yeah, but I'll definitely be stopping back around. Hopefully not. Hopefully I'll just win the main, but and then you can be analyzing my play.
Can't wait.
Look forward to it.
Can't wait, Bay.
Enjoy the charity event, Vanessa. Thank you very much for joining us.
All right, will you guys be there?
The charity event depends on how long this final table takes.
I think it's not going to take very long at all, so I hope to see you there.
Hopefully we will.
All right.
It's a great cause.
Now, here's the thing. There is every reason to stick around during the break because Daniel Negreanu from Team PokerStars Pro is going to join us for a quick Q&A here on EPT Live. So we're going to be putting some of your questions to Daniel. So hashtag EPT Live on Twitter. And we'll have Daniel in the booth during the break. We'll catch up with Daniel, find out what he's been up to recently, ask him your questions, and then when we come back from break, Daniel will be our guest analyst as we go heads up in the super high roller, Ola Shemian versus Mustafa Kanit, playing for that first prize of nearly 1.8 million euros and the final super high roller trophy of season 12 of the PokerStars.com European Poker Tour. So 7-figure scores guaranteed, 2 players remain. Stick around. Daniel Negreanu coming up. Tag your questions, EPT Live on Twitter.
Wesley Withers. Why do they call him Wesley? John Withers. Why is his nickname Wesley?
I've no idea.
It's a fountain of knowledge as usual there, John.
Dangerous hand to call with. Dangerous hand to call with. Tony G will play that.
6-5 suited. He likes to play hands. He likes to be involved, yes?
Sure does.
As does Greg Reamer.
These small suited cards can, they've got to...
Toss it in and review raise.
If they connect, you get paid. Often.
And a lot of people staying involved in hands at the moment. Middle pin straight draw for Reamer. Middle pin, open-ended straight for Tony G. Everyone's hit something here. Withers has hit a pair.
Well, Tony's got the second. Well, Tony, actually Withers is winning at the moment. But
yeah.
They've all flopped a pair of 5s. But Tony's hand is, he's a pretty strong hand. There he is. There he hits it straight away.
Tony G with a straight.
Withers a bet 300. Let's see what Tony does.
Should he flat call them at this stage?
No.
Should raise.
There's a flush out there. Look, there are 2 clubs. It's a bit of a danger.
He doesn't want him chasing. He doesn't want to let him in. He's already committed 3, so he doesn't want to just call it at this stage.
No, he has. He's trying to trap him.
So he'd be happy if this card isn't a club.
You notice a sigh as he called as well.
Yeah.
Clever. Wow, 300. It's a blocking bet. He doesn't want anybody else to bet.
Tony G probably fancies his chances now with the river not being a club.
Okay, so he's raised up to 1,500. John Withers can't call here.
Bill Withers couldn't call this.
He's only got a pair of 5s. You know, he knows he can't call.
Ain't no sunshine when he's gone. And he's going to have to be gone here. He can't call that possibly with a pair of 5s. He knows that.
Yeah, he's just making it look like he's got a stronger hand than he has. No, he's not called it. Wow.
The disbelief of the Dothy.
4,200. 8-5 for West with straight. Pair of 5s and 6-5 for Tony. He made it straight. Pot goes to Tony.
Quite baffled. Quite baffled.
Big call on that track.
Hello everyone, I'm James Hart again, and I'm sat next to the legend himself, Daniel Negreanu from Team PokerStars Pro. Kid Poker is in the booth. And Daniel, I'm going to head it off right here before all the questions start coming in about your film. Because, of course, everyone wants to see Kid Poker, and I'm going to head them off and just say that in a month's time, there's going to be a big announcement. In a month's time, most of you are going to get to finally see the film about this man's life. That's all I can say for now, but you don't have much longer to wait. 30 days, in fact. 30 days to wait, and then you're going to get some news that's going to make you very happy indeed. But, of course, there's going to be a chance for some people to see the film quicker than that, because I believe they're going to be screening it. There's going to be the Romanian premiere at the Eureka event in Bucharest.
Yep, that's right. In Eureka, I think we're going to have 2 screenings, one in the morning, one in the VIP party later that night. And it should be fun. It's actually, they're not doing subtitles, so hopefully the people in Romania understand enough of the English that it's going to be. But I'm excited. Yeah, I mean, everywhere we've taken it and everyone that's watched it has had really good things to say about it.
Let's talk about the Eureka event. It's happening pretty much straight after the grand final, middle of May, Bucharest, the capital of Romania. And this is an event that I know that, not being funny, but you know, you try to balance your life between poker and all the other stuff you've got going on. You know, we don't necessarily see you in Europe as much as we used to. You basically pick and choose the events you want to play. Was this an easy sell for you?
Well, I'd been talking about coming to Romania again for quite some time. I think it's been 4 years since I was there, and I was only there for like 3 days. I really want to spend some time there. It's not about, just be honest, it's not about the event as much as it is, you know, helping to grow poker in Romania, kind of getting a sense of what Romanian poker looks like, and just getting a sense of where my parents were from, too.
I mean, 'cause that's the thing. I mean, you obviously recently swore allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. You're now officially a U.S. citizen, but I've always...
Oh, still Canadian, too, though.
Yeah, exactly, because I've always very much seen you as the proud Canadian. You know, you're wearing the maple leaf there on your arm, and I remember at your party in Toronto last summer, you were very proud to be back in Toronto. You're behind all the sports teams there. But what percentage of you feels Romanian?
I feel like at the heart, at the core, I feel Romanian. I was born in Canada, and I have a lot of love for the country. I live in America, you know, and I respect the policies and procedures for how things are done. So I thought it was important that I became a citizen so I can contribute and vote and be part of the political process. But really, at the core, I was raised by a Romanian family in a very European-style, liberal way, which, you know, says a lot about my views today on a lot of issues. So yeah, I definitely feel Romanian. It's what connects me most to my family.
Now, I know you're a big sports fan, so let's talk about some of those Toronto sports teams. Probably the less said about the Leafs, the better, right? But let's talk about the Raptors. I think you were tweeting about them the other night. Hashtag We the North. The word R is missing from that sentence.
Yeah, frustrating. The Raptors, you know, I root for them because I'm from Toronto, and, you know, but to be honest, watching the team play, I hate the way they play. It's very one-dimensional. It's very like... just run around, and then DeRozan tries to hit a long 2. If you have to depend on a long 2 in basketball, it seems like a bad idea. Like, he shoots better from the long 2 than the 3, but it would be better if he shot a little worse to 3 and stopped taking those shots at all. I don't know. It's frustrating. But the Leafs, this is the best. Actually, tonight is a huge night.
Yeah.
Tonight is a massive night because the NHL lottery tonight decides who gets the first pick. And Toronto has a 20% chance to get a kid named Austin Matthews, which is a bright star. He's one of those gems. And, you know, the franchise actually and I'm not joking. Like they finished last this year, but they're in the best shape they've been in ages since I've been alive in terms of their future.
I don't want to steal questions from the audience, and I'm going to come to some of the questions that people are tweeting. Use the hashtag EPT Live in just a moment. But a question you commonly get asked is about your potential investment in a future NHL franchise and the idea of the sport coming to Las Vegas. Any news on that?
Oh, it's done deal. I mean, the arena's open, the T-Mobile Arena. We've had events there. We've had the Killers. We have some, lots of events on the schedule for that. And it's only a matter of time, I think, within a month or so during the playoffs that they'll probably have the announcement that we are awarded a franchise. It's a no-brainer. We've got the money, we've got the building, we've got the people, we've got the fan support. So bring a team.
I think this might be my favorite question ever tweeted in by a member of the audience ever. Vitislav says, Daniel, how are you? It's a fair question. How is life?
Life is great. Yeah, I know. I've got a little bit of a busy day, doing some interviews, went to the gym, had to scarf down some food on my way here, and then I'll be playing the charity event later tonight with also Ronaldo is playing, and you're more than welcome if you're here in town to join us. It's at 7:30 tonight, so definitely want to check that out.
Yeah, I mean, the key for us is whether Joe, Matt, and myself can play is how long this heads-up battle is going to take. And obviously, we should reflect on the Super High Roller that's being played here, an event that you yourself entered. We're down to the final two now, and first thing you said when you sat down was heads-up already? Wow, that's gone fast.
Yeah, well, I mean, and as you can see, there's still a lot of chips in play. So they must have busted people relatively quick. Because, with this many chips in play, it could go, even with aggressive players like this, another 2-3 hours.
Now, Daniel, let's get to some questions. Spear says, what is your most satisfying win and why? Obviously, there's been a lot of wins over the years, but are they like children? Can you pick a favorite?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've changed with time. Obviously, my first World Series of Poker bracelet in the first World Series event I ever played was kind of a big deal. But I think the moment for me, my bottom of the ninth, bases loaded moment was 2004, going into the last event of the year. I needed to come and make the final table out of 400 players to win Player of the Year, which mattered to me. I made the final table with the biggest chip lead in history, won the event going away, and capped off just an amazing year. So that one sticks out.
Now, I think Blender Maria Frere might be mocking some of your limited options on your questions of the day here, Daniel. Pair of jacks, fold or shove. Those are only two options, by the way. There's no other option.
I can't do like everyone else does. I ask a question like, what do you prefer, chocolate or vanilla? And they go, strawberry.
Now, I need to push you further on this. By the way, what is the answer, fold or shove?
Shove.
Okay.
Those are my two choices.
Okay, those were your two choices. What is the question of the day all about? Bearing in mind how many of your followers, how many of your keen fans, how many of your friends it absolutely tilts and enrages, what is your purpose with this daily survey?
I'm learning to be a troll, an internet troll. It's fun. I enjoy it. I'm not afraid. I don't shy away from social discussion, from, very heated, controversial topics. I enjoy it. I think it's good to bring up the discussion. I think so often politically correct society thinks, well, we shouldn't talk about this or that or that. Well, then how are you ever going to make any, headway or solve anything? If you don't, say, for example, on an issue of race relations, if you don't talk about these things, you keep those that are anti in the dark, and they don't feel the space to talk. You can't educate people if you don't know who needs to be educated or not. So I'm happy to. I know for a fact that some people go unfollow as a result. But as you know, that's not how I live. I don't live my life worrying about, oh, this might upset somebody.
I think my favorite in recent weeks was one where you actually put as an option, one of the options was stop making stupid polls.
Yeah. Well, I get enough responses where people go, stop with the polls. It's not. And it's amazing to me because these people, you don't have to reply. You don't have to read them. And you don't have to follow me. But what's odd is you think that you're doing me a service by telling me to shut the hell up. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Request denied.
Unfollowing remains an option. There we go. Keith Nicholson. When is Kid Poker documentary going public? Keith, rewind the stream to the beginning of this chat. Alternatively, I will just recap. Big announcement, big news, 1 month's time. You'll get to see it in 1 month's time. Alan says, any plans to come and play a festival in the UK? How far ahead have you mapped out your poker playing plans?
Well, as of right now, I've only got through the World Series of Poker.
Right.
I usually do them in 6-month segments. It's like pre-World Series, post-World Series. And, typically Barcelona's on my schedule. It depends what's going in UK. Has the new EPT schedule been released?
I believe we're going to learn more about future dates.
That would be great.
In the next couple of days.
Yeah, because I really enjoyed playing EPT London. So hopefully that's back on the schedule in the fall. And if it is, you'd most likely see me there.
If not, probably not. Ollie says, Daniel, what is your favorite new Hearthstone expansion card?
Oh, God, we got nerd questions. I love it.
Now, just to be clear, now most people, when they start playing this game, work their way up from the very beginning and earn their cards. Did you come in like a baller and just buy every card possible?
Well, I did both.
Okay.
I have an account where I bought all the cards, and I have an account where I spent no money at all.
Okay.
So I actually played 2 accounts.
In that case, I'll forgive you.
Yeah. There's a card in the deck that's like it's for the warrior. I can't remember the name of it, but it gives you 10 armor if you have a C-tune with 10 attack. And I just lost everybody who doesn't play the game right now. They're like, what is this nerd talk? I love it. It's fun.
Skylar says, Daniel, can you teach Jake Harver, referring to obviously our friend Mr. Somerville, some mixed game fundamentals so he doesn't lose his role at the World Series of Poker?
Well, it's funny you say that because Jay is actually working right now with 2 people that I know very well, and he's working on his mixed games for the World Series of Poker. I haven't been involved in the discussion as much. I do remember trying to help him a few years ago, and he sent me a video where I was, going to coach him on it and stuff. And in the very first hand, he said something where like, so, standard re-raise, obviously. And I was like, no. It would be the akin in Hold'em to saying it's raised and re-raised, and you have 6-4 offsuit. So obviously you go all in. That was about what it was.
Yes, that sounds about right. Now, what's the deal with Scoop for you? Obviously, being an American resident, it's not always easy to play online poker. You're going to go to Bucharest for the Eureka Poker Tour. Are you staying in Europe for the month of May? Will you be able to play any Scoop events?
It'll be very difficult because I don't leave here until May 7th. And then I'm going to Toronto for a wedding. My cousin's getting married, and then from there I go directly to Romania to play the Eureka, and then I've got the Super Bowl, Super High Roller Bowl in Vegas, $300,000 buy-in event right before the series. So there's not a lot of time in between, and I really need to rest up for the series. It's a long, grueling event where I play like every day for 6 weeks.
And you're still committed to that because, I know that you've said that one of your ambitions is to try and win more bracelets, and that's the key for you. So you're not slowing down. You're not going to go through the schedule and say, well, maybe I'll play like, a quarter of the event. You're really going to go for it as you said.
I'm going to play more events than I have in the past.
Wow.
Yeah, typically what I do is I never play the no-limit events. I just play the mixed game events. This year I'm going to do both. I'm going to play the no-limits, try to run it up, and if not, jump into the other events because there's enough time in between where you can late reg and still make it work.
Okay, let's try and fire through some more questions. Remember, the hashtag is EPT Live. Jane Windsor says, Daniel, do you think your reputation for calling works and it discourages opponents from trying to bluff you very often?
Yes, in a nutshell. Yeah, that's the interesting thing about poker is I've got so many hands out on YouTube and people have studied my game, so they know all my nuances. So it's my job to understand when I'm playing against somebody, how much do they know about how I play? Has he seen me on TV never fold in spots? And if so, is he likely to be bluffing here? And it's a fun leveling game.
You talk about people looking at your hands on the internet. Do you look back at those hands? Do you look back at them to say, am I giving off anything? Is there any behavior that maybe I need to work on, whether it's betting tells or anything behavioral?
Well, yeah, I assume my opponents are studying me, so I'm going to study myself as well. And I'm going to take a look at the things that I'm doing and hopefully use them to my advantage later. I know one, for example, there was a hand on high stakes poker where I was blinking a lot, and I was bluffing. And I'm pretty sure everyone saw that. So then later when I was blinking a lot, I just happened to have the nuts.
Now, of course, for those watching the English language stream on EPT Live, you're going to get Daniel doing some analysis during the heads-up battle. But for the rest of the world, let's just get some thoughts on the 2 players left in this Super High Roller. Ola Shemian, a bit of a beast, EPT 10 Player of the Year, kind of came from nowhere and just started winning loads of stuff and hasn't really slowed down.
Yeah, no, Oli's a really fun guy to play with. Very, very solid, very good player. And so is Mustafa Khanat. You got 2 of the best right now. And both of them are fun-loving at the table. I really enjoy playing with them. Mustafa is always joking around, laughing, very, very, happy. And Ole, too, he's more like a chilled, he's like a hippie. He's a new version of a hippie. He's a total hippie.
And I think that often surprises people who are new viewers to Super High Rollers, where obviously you're talking about obscene amounts of money on the line. And the best, most focused pros in the game is how laid back the atmosphere sometimes is at the table, considering what they're playing for.
Yeah, that's what's surprising, I think, for most people, is they see the biggest stakes events where you're playing for millions, and everyone seems to be laughing and having a good time. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that, everyone knows each other, and also they're not playing with their, rent money. Most people in this event are either selling pieces or they're well off enough where losing 100,000 doesn't, destroy them.
So a quick reminder, Daniel Negreanu is going to stick with us on the English language stream. Thank you for answering questions, especially the stuff that came in from the audience, Daniel. And a quick reminder that we got the heads-up battle between Ola Shemian and Mustafa Khanat just around the corner here on EPT Live. And our free roll kicking off in just under 3 hours' time. Still spots available. Nouveau is the password you need to sign up for that. Stand by. Heads up in the Super High Roller on the way.
B and I want no part of it.
Yeah.
Luck can overcome
You had the hopes up so high. You just dash into the ground.
Nathan Kelly likes to talk as well, it has to be said.
Oh, yeah, that would be stupid, yeah.
He's kind of mini fanning.
Better, much better.
That's a playable hand.
Steve Stoltzman from the USA, a fairly unknown player,
Okay, he's called the 800.
but a good player nonetheless.
So the blind are currently 400 and 800. Robert Cohen calls the 400 with 4-6. And Brandon Schaefer's got 3-5 of diamonds. And he checks. Okay, so we're going to see a flop.
Pair of sixes for Cohen, fives for Schaefer. And of course 2 diamonds for Stoltzman and also for Schaefer as well.
By not moving in.
Before the flop?
Yeah.
All right, so Brandon Schaefer's bet 2,400 with his bottom pair with a flush draw. Here comes Stoltzman. He's got open-ended straight with a flush draw. He's got a lot of outs.
Absolutely. It was dangerous for Schaefer as well, be sitting on the 2 diamonds.
Oh, he's raising, look.
Raise.
2,800 more.
And Cohen makes the right decision.
Okay, so he's raised 2,800 for Brandon Schaefer to call.
In his head, Brandon's thinking, well, I could hit my flush.
Wow, he's gone all in. Stoltzman's got to call. Got to call.
And he does that as quick as you like.
He's got so many cards to hit here. He's got a 7, he's got an 8, he's got the open-ended straight draw, so he's got a 4, 4 4s, 4 9s, he's got the diamonds.
And he hits one of those straight away. Not only makes it straight, but more importantly, the flush.
Well, he's picked up an open-ended straight flush draw as well of 10 of diamonds.
Oh, yeah, he hits it.
Excellent.
At last, shake my hand, John Duthie. We've got a straight flush on the European Poker Tour. It's also nice to see Brandon Schaefer still get chips in front of him, a lot of them. He didn't go out on it and we got a great hand. Brandon, a great player, of course. Straight flush, get in!
Players remain. It's Ola Shemian against Mustafa Canet. And they're just returning from the break, discussing things with tournament director Thomas Lamache. Matt Broughton sits alongside me, Daniel Negreanu still in the booth, and do you think these guys might be talking business by any chance?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. You know, it's a lot of money for both players, and, you know, sometimes you don't necessarily want to gamble if it, or also, you know, I think the rules are you have to gamble for some of it, so that way it's not, you know, silly. And obviously the title matters for both players, I know that. But yeah, sometimes lowering your variance is not a terrible idea. I don't do it, but I understand why others do.
1.48. 1.57.
1.5.
Yeah, I think both players respect each other's ability. Nobody's looking at each other like, well, he's a sucker, I'll just win.
We can take like 25 from each way, and we're playing for 50k extra plus the trophy.
What do you say, bro?
I'm fine. Like how you want.
Yeah, okay. I guess then we
Okay,
play.
so I will make the calculation. I will just round it, okay, by not to play for like 5 euros at the end, you know, just to round it a bit more proper. Take 25 AV from each. That's 50k plus the trophy, okay? Fine for you?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Dankeschön.
Luck. You can shake your hands, then it's agreed for mine.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah,
They're not just shaking hands, they're hugging.
Let's play this. It's gonna be
Well,
fun
and
if you
again,
watch.
like you said, you know, there's still something to play for here. It's
boys.
$50,000 difference from first and second, as well as the trophy.
And Mustafa, no floor calling, please, okay?
No.
Both
Just I call you when I need the
game.
trophy.
Now, I know we're close to parity in currency right now, Daniel, but euros. We're in Europe.
Did I say dollars?
You said dollars.
Okay.
So we heard that the deal agreed involved 50k and the trophy being left in play. Didn't quite get what the breakdown of prize money agreed was.
No.
Meanwhile, during the break, we caught up with Paul Newey and asked him how he felt laddering up 3 spots after coming into play with 5 big blinds.
No, I've got to be pretty pleased. I mean, obviously, if I won that last pot, you know, looking at 5 million in chips, and yeah, always disappointed when you bust, but looking at it as an overall picture, I got very lucky on day 2 a couple of times as well, so coming in with 5 big blinds today and moving up 3 spots, you know, overall, got to be satisfied with that, but it's always disappointing, especially a hand like that, which just, you know, can't get away from, and I was still favourite on the flop, and just fortunately my luck ran out.
And we're seeing you at more and more final tables. You know, you're doing very well these days, and I think you're getting a lot of respect off the other pros.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing pretty well. I always sort of seem to grind my way through, and don't always seem to have sort of the most chips, but I seem to grind my way through either to the final table or the last couple of tables. So obviously I'm still relatively new on the circuit compared to some of these guys, but I think I'm making steady progress and I'm pleased with it. The whole tournament's been really tough, and you know, a lot of people have said that every single table I sat at throughout this has been very difficult, and yeah, it's been a really tough tournament, and you know, I'm very proud of myself to get to the final table.
So deal agreed, and we have got the terms of that deal in front of us right now. So Ola Shemian has the chip lead at the moment. It's 88 big blinds, plays 62 bigs. Ola has locked up 1.5 million, Mustafa 1.46 million. So there's 50,000 euros still up for grabs, and they want the levels shortened. They've decided they want to play with 20-minute levels.
Well, yeah, it makes sense. You know, I think at this point, like, it really comes down to the fact that they both respect each other's play. Because if you didn't, you'd want longer levels. If you thought you had a big advantage, then you would want long, you know, levels and then really drag it out. Both these guys, I think, are comfortable with the idea that, like, you know, I'm not looking at a sucker here or anything.
Wait, I want to short the levels a little bit, if possible, like the blind levels. Sure. So we don't play like 6 hours.
6 hours for sure.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah.
And just confirming it now with the tournament staff.
Floor. Floor, man!
After being told you're not going to call the floor here, Mustafa, he calls the floor loudly.
As short as you think is possible.
How much you want?
Huh?
How much?
I said.
So those were the advertised payouts. 1.8 million near enough for the winner, 1.3 million for the runner-up. And a reminder, the exact payouts. Ola Shemian has locked up 1,547,800 euros. Mustafa Kanat 1,462,000. They're playing for an additional 50k plus the title and trophy. And just to be clear, Mustafa Kanat could potentially complete what we're calling the high roller superfecta. Having won a 10k, a 25k and a 50k, he could win the 100k as well, all in the space of 12 months. And Shemian, of course, he's a player who has already got a high roller title to his name, looking to add a super high roller to his resume as well.
That's a trifecta. That's a thing, or you just made that up?
We're making it up, but we're making it a thing. It's, look, I think to win all 4 types of high roller on a single tour in the space of a year is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Can we put that quote on the trophy? Can we have like?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pretty. Yeah, comma. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
So clearly the tournament staff are currently sorting out the clock and adjusting it to the requirements of the remaining 2 players. Having cut that deal, they've asked for the levels to be shortened. Nice EPT Not Live reference from Mike Shumka. They should also have added an Everyone Loves a Chop Pot t-shirt and a Step C ticket to the package.
That'll make all the difference.
So just in case you didn't think 2 handshakes and a hug was enough, let's get a 3rd handshake and let's actually play some poker.
Some what?
You can start to prepare your deck.
So we're picking up at the end of level 21. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Blinds going up in 8 minutes. And then they will be 20-minute levels from here on out. And just to be clear, before people start having a go at the TV team, that was the decision of the players to shorten the levels.
We can play without antes? It's fine. Heads up too?
No, they're just trying to change all the rules these days.
Yeah. We have to use cards. Can we?
Yeah, can we have an extra river? Can we run it twice?
Sorry.
So we mentioned earlier on that in addition to the final table of this event today, it's day 1A of the EPT main event. I think near enough 250 players competing on day 1A. Ronaldo was in but is now out, hence why he's playing the charity event with Daniel and Vanessa this evening. Updates on the EPT main event via the PokerStarsblog.com. You should also go there if you want to see what's happening in the FPS main event, and a reminder that they're playing down to the final table today, and we will stream the final table of that 1K tournament tomorrow here on EPT Live. Once again, we'll be starting our coverage at 2 p.m. Central European time. 10-6 against 10-5, monsters.
Let's kick off heads up in style.
I think these are the most fun hands of all when nobody has anything, you know, and board comes like that. It's, you know, that's where the real poker is being played. Who's grinding the other person out? Who's making the moves? So obviously Oli just decides he's going to win this one here. Position obviously helps. You know, 10-5 and 10-6 are both bad hands. So the person in position when they both miss is supposed to win, but not always. Both these guys have tricks up their sleeve.
I guess this is where like the game flow really comes in. Who's like been consistently raising, and when do they know that they've done it too much and they'll change it when the other guy comes back? And
well, yeah, there's a lot of what we call leveling, and you know, you're setting people up. You know, maybe you're playing possum, you're playing passive all of a sudden. Then you get aggressive, and then you go back. You know, you really want to think of like, what does my opponent think I'm going to do as far as adjustments go, and when does he think I'm going to do them? Maybe I won't adjust at all. Maybe I'll just continue to do this. So it's really fun. Especially with two minds that we're dealing with here that are thinking on a very high level.
Is there something to be said for doing that deliberately, just not changing? Because you think this guy's going through the gears himself, imagining them up and down, and now I'm doing this. But if you just go, do you know, I'm just going to raise every time there's an opportunity.
Yeah, well, the issue there is that, you know, if you don't change the way that you play, your opponent starts to go, okay, he's playing a certain style, I know how to exploit that. And if you never adjust, I mean, think about sports. If they just decide, okay, we're gonna run a pick and roll every single time. Okay, well, if the other team figures it out, they learn how to stop pick and roll. If you don't adjust, you're just playing against, you know,
make it too
defense.
easy.
Yeah, exactly.
MJH tweets, we are still taking your submissions using the hashtag EPT Live. I'm so upset, Daniel Negreanu, because you're not on the final table.
Yeah, me too. I didn't run very well in this tournament, actually. I had some pretty bad beats.
Against me?
No, against you.
When I bet 440 on the river.
You didn't ask.
There's the details of the deal on the screen right now.
I like that they do this. You know, in the past, we'd watch poker tournaments and, you know, deals were hush-hush. People didn't want to talk about it publicly. But I think it's fair to let people see and understand, how does this really work as a business? How does this make sense? And in a case like this, they were playing for, you know, $400,000 or $500,000. They decided to say, okay, let's just chop it by chips, and we'll play for $50,000 instead. It's their money, so they should have every right to do with it what they please at this point.
Yeah, and I think since we've come in and you know, televised poker isn't just the edited highlights. It's like, because of the streams and Twitch, everyone has a much better feel for the whole running of a tournament and when people stop for the discussion. So I think people's knowledge of the world of poker is much better than it was 5-10 years ago, where everyone just saw the highlight shows and it was all ace king versus queens, and people are better educated to the reality.
Telling you what it is.
Yeah.
You know? They're both winning a lot of money here, and they're both playing for a significant amount of money. So, you know, there's definitely a lot here on the line, and it's not like, the issue is, you know, you don't want to see people just chop and then play for nothing, because then it becomes silly poker where nobody cares and they just go all in. That's not the case here, because 50,000 still on the line between the two. Bragging rights, a title.
So Shemian has opened up his advantage. 9.3 million plays, 5.7 million. King 5 against Ace 6. Shemian has completed.
We got a limp. I like the limping. It's good to mix it up. He's limping with a hand that, you know, typically you'd think somebody would raise with, king high.
Canet raises with the ace-6 from the big blind.
This is a dangerous play against a lot of players. You raise with ace-6 offsuit, and you're playing against a player like Ole who's going to see a lot of flops. If you don't hit, you know, you're making the pot bigger out of position, and it could cause you a lot of problems later. Personally, I don't love the play, but I'm sure he has a plan for what he's doing here.
The plan is to flop top pair,
That makes it freaking easy. Well, what do you know?
That's the life of Mustafa Canet.
Pretty bad flop for Ole, even if, you know, he thought he had the best hand. It's a very draw-heavy board on top of it, so he's just going to give it up.
So Canet narrows the gap. It's now 88 big blinds playing 61 big blinds.
So the argument there is Canet raised with where he had value before the flop. He's likely to have the best hand with ace high. Again, the problem is playing as deep as they are, I think, is that so many flops come where if Ole calls or raises on the flop, you end up in really bad spots. And then when you flop the ace like he didn't get any action anyway. And if he did get action, you know, there's a good chance with ace-6 that you might be in big trouble.
Could you get the service, please? Yeah.
It's one of the worst aces to have, too. It's not suited, doesn't make any straights. It's all or nothing, ace or nothing. So both players electing to just limp in on the buttons. So Canet totally whiffs, but as you see, Ole's got a straight draw. I think you're going to see Ole at least call here on this flop, and it'd be, you know, most likely Canet would shut down. If you get called on a queen 9-10 board and you have 3-4, it's usually correct to just say, okay, I wave the white flag.
150,000 apiece. And there is the straight for Shemian.
Well, you expect him to check as he did. There's no reason to bet here. Set it up so that maybe Canet decides to turn his hand into a bluff. Well, it is a bluff, but you know, if you would have had like an 8 or something. So check, check, turn. Looks like Canet's put up the white flag. If I'm Ole here, I wonder. I don't know that I bet. I think I might just check and hope that Canet goes for it, although it's very unlikely. Plus the board paired. If you get raised, it's, you know, it's a touchy situation. You know, it's hard to think if you're Ole right now. It's like, what is he going to call with? Like, what am I check calling this flop with? Betting the river. Like, what is Canet going to call with? What hand? A queen? Probably folds that. If he has a 10, maybe he'd call, but.
So tournament clock ticking down. Looks like we'll play one more hand at the 5,100 level. So the next level is a massive increase, goes to 6120, although the ante does double to 20,000. So we're going to launch a competition now on EPT Live. We want you to design the poker table of the future. We are giving away a genuine EPT table with the official felt, the cup holders, the USB chargers, made by Tables Win. It's the exact table they're using in the room right now. So here's what you have to do. Come up with an idea of what the ultimate poker table should look like. Be creative, try and be innovative, and bear in mind, Matt, we're going to judge this on ideas. This isn't about making the best picture or the best claymation model.
Yeah, we always say this is creativity wins over, like, you know, presentation. So don't worry if you think, well, I'm rubbish at Photoshop and I can't draw. Is that as long as you convey your ideas to us, what are the functions, what are the gadgets, what are the elements of the futuristic poker table that you can imagine?
And then tweet your picture. Tweet your design using the hashtag EPT table. You've got until Thursday, so do think about this. Put some time into it. As I said, if you want to make an actual scale model, fine. If you think you can do it on a napkin, a la Nigel Tufnell, fine. You've got till Thursday, the 5th of May, at noon Central European time. Hashtag EPT table. Your design for the poker table of the future, the ultimate table of poker.
Just to give these guys some ideas, what do you go with here? Like, what's one thing that you have on your table if you're doing this?
I would try and build in urinals under the table.
Urinals? You mean a urinal?
No, I mean a urinal.
A urinal. Boy. And you?
Some kind of vending machine, so that there's
machine.
like chocolate to hand whenever you feel like, do you know, that was such a bad beat, I could really do it like a Twix.
Yeah. For me, I would have, obviously this goes along with what poker's dealing with, is chess clock, shot clock style thing built into the table. So each player has a certain amount of time, and it goes bzzz, your hand's dead.
Maybe you get a limited number of like electric
and then there's like
shocks.
a drawbridge or something where if you do it too many times, you fall into a pit of sharks.
Wow.
Or tigers. I don't know.
Pretty extreme, but I like it. So there you are, guys. Some ideas at home. What do you think? Don't rush. There's absolutely no bonus for being the first person in. Take your time. You've got until Thursday. So think about it. Get it right. Yeah, do it in clay, do it in plasticine, do it in foil. Just draw, Photoshop, however you want to present it.
And we're going to judge this, and the good news is we're going to have an independent judging panel of tournament staff who will actually look at the shortlist and will pick a winner who will receive that genuine EPT table. Oh, and by the way, there are runners-up prizes.
Oh, yeah.
You finish second or third, you get an EPT chip set.
Okay, here's we got an interesting situation.
Yeah.
Khan had let out on this flop, and Shemyon, as you see, has absolutely nothing. He's got one heart, the 10 of hearts. He's doing this to try to represent something, use position. We call it a float, calling with nothing. He doesn't put Khan on a monster hand. He thinks that if Khan had a really big hand, he would check the flop. So when he leads, he probably has the kind of hand that he does, like middle pair or some kind. So it'll be interesting to see if Shemyon looks at that deuce and says, okay, well, this is an opportunity to steal this pot. Question is, if I bet the turn, do I also have to bet the river too? I think that's what he's thinking about. Will this require more than one bullet in the chamber to steal the pot? He's got to ask himself, is he going to believe me that I have a 4 here in my hand? I did call the flop. When your head's up, it's not like everyone has king, queen, ace, jack. You play everything. Every board hits somebody. So Oli called the flop and checked back the turn. Now, he may have a thought process that he wants to bluff the river instead, or he may be looking to raise the river, or just maybe decided that, you know what, the deuce wasn't the card that I think I can bluff with, so I'm giving up. Because typically you see somebody call with nothing on the flop, they do so with the intention of bluffing.
Yeah.
So if he folds here, if he just checks back, there must have been something that he picked up from Mustafa that says, yeah, never mind, change my mind. It's okay to change your mind. If you had a position 20 years ago, you don't have to have it today, right? Thinking politics now. Like, when did it become a virtue to be like stubborn and be like, nope, I've never changed my position on that. I've always been wrong and I'm sticking to it.
Did you notice, by the way, that when we did our Q&A during the break, I thought, I'm just going to stay off all the political stuff.
Yeah. So we see Oli doing the delayed bluff. And it worked, yeah? That's an interesting play. Now notice, people, this is poker. This is poker at its best. When, oh no, he did call. Well, it's still good. Yeah. So he must have put Oli on some kind of a flush draw, which is, that's a tough call there with just the 5, because he really only beats a bluff. Oli's not betting a deuce or a 3 there.
By the way, Charles Wilson has just tweeted, where do I enter the table competition? Charles, you enter via the medium that you've just used to communicate with this booth, Twitter, but use the hashtag EPT table. Can it with 4-3 suited.
See, I would expect a hand like this to get raised, and he does, which is because it plays pretty well before the flop. I mean, they're deep enough where even if he got 3-bet small, he could, potentially take a flop. I mean, I know a lot of people don't like that because you're for sure the worst hand. But position's powerful, and the ability to represent a lot of boards is great. Also, to hit a lot of boards.
Yeah.
3-4 hearts hits a decent amount of flops. He's going to go ahead and represent the ace. Expect Oli to call here, at least call 100% of the time. It's important for you guys to understand, when your head's up, it's difficult to flop pairs. When you do, you don't just fold because there's a bigger card out there. Ace is scary, for your 7s, but it doesn't mean because he bet that he has it. Heads up, you have to be a little more sticky. Get to some turns. Force your opponent into tough spots. Interesting card. Oli can't like that card if it's bet again. It's an overcard to a 7. It, makes some straights. Or also, Mustafa could, of course, still just have that ace. And Mustafa can't like the card either because, you know, if he got called on an ace 6-7 flop, the 8 did not hurt Oli's hand. It's very unlikely that it hurt it. So he was right to just check it back, I think. And now he's made a pair, so I expect this one to go check, check, and Oli wins the pot.
Yep. 74 big blinds for Olashemi and 50 big blinds for Mustafa Kanat.
And you'll notice early in the heads up, you know, and this is something that's important for people that watch poker on TV, especially here, is what you'll realize, what you'll learn is that great players are not the ones who are just making crazy wild plays that look sexy and cool, like, dude, a double check raise, bluff, river with nothing, oh, wow. Like, that's not it. Poker is best hand poker. Occasionally, you throw in some curveballs that work because you're not so crazy normally. It's just solid fundamental poker for the most part, with some variations occasionally, not steady diet of like bluff, bluff. I'm stronger than you. Let me push you around. You know, I funny because it matters. It comes up because I was teaching poker at an event a month ago, and it was like all these beginning players, and they were all trying to do crazy stuff. Like, well, you got to re-raise here, right position, blah blah blah. I'm like, just chill, chillax. Just have good cards. When you get good cards, raise. When you don't, fold. Start there, and then we'll go from there. They thought that they had to. So you got to make a move, right? Huh?
That's what they saw on TV.
Yeah.
In fact, it's probably your fault.
I don't do that stuff. Maybe it was some of the other young guns.
So this is ace-5 against 10-7. Shemian called. Kanat raised out of the big blind with 10-7. Shemian calls in position. Still has the best hand with ace-high. Kanat set to continue. This
is interesting. You don't see a lot of players do this, but Kanat has a little bit already. You know, when you're in the out of position on a board like that, typically the play is to check. Now he's decided he wants to take control of it with a lead here, and Oli's going to call with ace high. The question is, will he call 3 streets with it? That's a great card for Oli, because even if he is beat, that's just giving him more outs. With a deuce, a 7, and presumably an ace if Kanat has something like Jack Queen. Kanat, he was just taking a stab. I don't know that he's going to try to win this pot with 3 bets. Although he does himself now have a gut shot. You know, he can catch a 5 for a straight. Yeah, so if you're going to incorporate leads in spots like this, you better have a plan.
Yeah.
And you better have a way of balancing it. Otherwise, it's very exploitable. Mustafa's a high-level player who understands how people perceive leads, so he can go to that level. For most people, I highly advise don't try that at home.
And just to be clear, have a plan, but to go back to what you were saying a couple of hands ago, be prepared. It's okay to change that plan.
For sure, yeah. So now he's put himself in a situation where Shemian has to think he's got to have something. You know, he didn't just lead the swap and the turn with nothing. So either he's on a draw or he's got me beat for now. The question is, am I priced in here to call anyway? You know, maybe not just with the value of ace high in a showdown situation, but to draw to the hand. 875 to win 2.5 million. He says sure.
Shemian calls, and this is, I think, the biggest pot of heads-up play so far, nearly 3.4 million.
All right, that didn't change anything. So now will be a question of, does Kanat have the heart to fire a 3rd bullet here with 3.3 million in the pot, and would Shemian have the heart to actually see through this bluff and make the call?
We saw Shemian make a huge call earlier on with just ace high.
You know, you have to think that Kanat didn't just expect to bet and win this pot. He probably thinks in his head, he's like, I knew that I have to fire this 3 times when I got called in the flop. The question is, should I? And, you know, not much change for Oli as well. Like, if he was in front on the turn, that 3 didn't change anything. So he's still in front. That card was not a terrible card for him. Well, he's going for it. Bullet number 3. Ready to fire. Question is, how big? A really big bet here puts Shemian in a tough spot. If he bets like 2.5 million, that would be tough to call with just ace high. But Oli does know Mustafa is capable of very creative bluffs, as this one is here. 3 barrels with nothing.
1,950,000.
So he's bet almost 2 million. And that's a huge percentage of Mustafa's, stack here. If Oli makes this call and wins, he's gonna have a big lead. Yeah, this is a case where okay, you can rule out Connacht having a pair of sixes. That's not a case. He's not going to have that hand and bet this way. The hand you're worried about here is the jack. Does he have the jack? Does he have some sort of 5-7 where he led and got lucky and made the straight? Well, you have a 5, makes that a little less likely. So you have to go through all the possibilities and hand combinations and go, what in the world here? What am I afraid of? And really, the only thing you're afraid of here is a jack. Every other, overpair, nah, he didn't re-raise pre-flop. Would he bet this much with just the jack? And if he did, what kicker would it be? If he has ace-jack, wouldn't he 3-bet before the flop? Wouldn't he 3-bet king-jack maybe? So it's like, what is he betting this much with jack-8? I don't know. I think with jack-8, maybe he bets 1.4. Lot of, mind games going on here.
Must be exhausting. Every single hand.
Especially when you play against guys who put the pressure on you, like Mustafa. Against a lot of players, this would be an easy fold because they just don't have it in them. Mustafa, it's not. He can't figure out what is he betting. And the worst thing about Oli's hand is he may call in his mind and say, and Mustafa might say, "You got it. I just have ace high." He's like, "Oops, your ace 9 beats me." Because he has called.
Wow.
What a great call.
6, right?
Even worse. He's got a read on you, Mustafa. Clearly, with that call, he has a read into the way in which, So in that case, leading out really hurt Mustafa because he's playing against a great player who figured out that, I don't think he's balanced enough here. I don't think he's leading a jack often enough to make me fold this hand. So great read by Oli Shemian. I bet you Mustafa probably wants that lead back on the flop.
It must be crushing when you make a move like that and someone calls you so light. And
it's
you
just
think,
totally being owned.
This guy just totally sees through me. 100%.
When a guy calls you with king high and is right for a big bet like that, or ace high, it's demoralizing. And as you see now, the chip count, Mustafa's in dire straits where he's basically going to be in some shove territory pretty soon.
12.6 million to 2.6 million. 104 big blinds, plays 21 big blinds.
It's another important consideration for those of you listening is when you're out of position, your mindset really needs to be more of let's lose the minimum amount because you will not be profitable from out of position, right? Your goal is to lose the least amount possible. Playing a hand the way Mustafa did there, he really increased the variance, put himself in a tough spot, and lost way more than a 10-7 supposed to lose there. He's trying to make something happen.
You know how much?
Oli was one step ahead of him.
I just counted.
So he's raising here with, both hands terrible here, but Connacht, the aggressor, on the button with the raise. I think Oli folds this one. Yeah. You don't want to fold too many big blinds, but a 9-4 just doesn't connect with very much. And there's no reason for Ole to get frisky. He's in the commanding situation. He doesn't need to get involved with some rubbish and
Is 5 of the blue or 4?
do goofy stuff.
2, 4.
4.
I'd say between, yes.
Yeah.
So as you see the big lead, but 21 big blinds is for a heads-up match. Is still playing.
it's less,
Having said that, these guys both agreed to move the blinds up every 20 minutes. So
and they're going up in 5 minutes time.
Sure. So that'll put even more pressure on Mustafa because his stack dwindles in comparison to blinds each level.
2.4, 5, 6, 7, 2.8, almost 2.7.
So I'm sure a lot of people at home thinking, well, he probably wouldn't have done that if they didn't make a deal. That's just simply not true. That's to assume that 50,000 doesn't matter to this guy. Not at all. I mean, he's playing his best. It's just the play didn't work out. Oli limping on the button with a 9-5. That's a good flop for Ole. He's got the straight draw. Connacht completely missed. Will he lead with this one too? It's very possible. Okay, so comfortably Ole decides he's going to bet his straight draw. Not thinking that his 9 high is the best hand, but if he's up against something like Queen 8, he'll probably win it. Connacht says no. I have king high. I'm not fooled.
Board pairs on the turn.
It's tough for Ole to bet here, though. You get called in this flop. It's very possible you're up against a 3 or a 4, maybe even a straight. Although if you don't bet, really now you've left yourself needing to catch in order to win the pot. A 9 would be a disaster for Ole.
340.
So he's keeping the pressure on. I mean, very, very difficult spot for Conant to call. You would have to just, again, do a soul read and hope that he's just completely whiffed. Yeah, lays it down. See, that's the tough thing about calling there. So for Conant, he's on the shorter stack. He's out of position, calling with king 9 and a deuce 3-4. You're up against Ole Shemion. You think he's just going to put up the white flag? I don't know. It wasn't a raised pot. I think you could get away with folding the king 9 there, even though sometimes you know for a fact, okay, I'm going to be laying down the best hand. But can you really fight the turn in the river with king 9 on a deuce 3-4 board? It's tough to do out of position.
Now, Daniel, I'm conflicted. On the one hand, obviously, we want to continue getting your knowledge bombs, your pearls of wisdom, your great analysis on this heads-up battle. On the other hand, I'm acutely aware that you do have a prior engagement, and I don't want to keep you from that charity event, which is starting in 5 minutes' time.
Oh, my gosh, I've been here forever. Oh, wow, I guess I got to go.
Time passes when you're having fun, right?
So much fun. I love watching these two play. It's great. This is great poker. You guys learn a lot just watching these two.
I think you're overestimating myself and James's
You learn
ability to
nothing?
soak it. Oh, no, for sure. To be honest, but only if you can stay here talking. Everything you say, my brain's constantly going, oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But as soon as you leave, me and James would just be talking about films going, two great players doing what they do best. And honestly, it's just all going to fall apart. I think you should just stay here on a permanent basis.
Well, just before we say goodbye to Daniel, let's hear from Igor Kurganov. Of course, we saw go out in 4th place, and we asked Igor his thoughts on his play today and who he thinks will win.
I'm still looking back right now, actually, on the hands that I played. Mostly I'm happy. I definitely could have done a couple of things differently. That's, I think the queen deuce suited was a bit ambitious against Ali, but I thought he's going just directly all in with a lot of good hands where other people raise. So it's okay. Against tens, I'm not too bad. I won it once, actually, already in another spot, so it can happen. Well, I think that Musta has won quite a lot recently, so he's always likely to win. Then again, Ole was on a break, so and he had a kid recently, so I'm definitely favoring Ole to win, even though Musta is great. But I also like the pain it will bring on him to just get second, because he announced he's going to get first in the super high roller here, and he's going to get second.
Ole Shemian's a dad?
What? Yeah, I saw a picture. I played with him in this tournament the other day. Saw his picture. He's a very proud dad, too.
Awesome.
Very proud. Yeah. He's a great guy.
Oh,
he's going to be a great father.
To Ole Shemian, who's now on the verge of winning this super high roller, as we say goodbye to Daniel Negreanu, who has to go and play that charity event with the Ronaldos and the Vanessa Selpsts.
Yes, my life is so rough.
Well, hopefully we'll catch up later in the week, Daniel. Good luck in the
guys.
main event, and hopefully our paths will cross in the EPT Live booth later on.
Okay, take care.
Thanks to Daniel Negreanu. As Shemian and Canet continue to go at it. Two great players here, Matt. What do you think of Captain America Civil War, then?
Well, I've been working, actually, James, now that we've just run the competition for the table, seems like a good time to mention I'm working on a new machine with the Guessatron currently boxed up. I've got a new Guessatron, whereas before it just had the hands. Now it has a whole bunch of different segments that say why they did what they did. One of the answers is for value. One is to keep his opponent guessing. For information is another great one that I can't wait to come around.
That's the 2002
That's
setting.
the 2002 setting. Yeah, it's kind of got a flashback sort of setting on it.
And let's not forget the 1998 setting, which is he raised to find out where he was.
Yes, that one comes around every now and then. So
we've got pairs for both players here. This was a limp from Shemian. Canet checked his option, and Shemian has flopped best with second pair. Bottom pair for Canet, who's now facing a bet of 125,000 from Ole.
also, incidentally, Alan has been shouting the same question over and over regarding the table competition, saying, is it one design per person? I think I'm going to say yes, which is why I'm saying hold on to your ideas until Thursday. Like, make sure you pick your best entry. Wow.
Oh, hold on a second. Queen on the turn sees Canet take the lead with two pair. And then a king on the river counterfeit.
Ouch.
But luckily, the queen is still good.
380.
380.
Call.
Wow, Shemian called pretty quickly there.
That 80 sounded a lot
Queen
like my
three.
80 euros.
Clubs, clubs. 3 clubs.
So Canet gets a bit back, playing a 22 big blind stack. Blinds, by the way, have gone to 81.60 with a 20k ante. We kind of forgot the 61.20 blind level. It kind of arrived and departed pretty quickly. Remember, these guys decided to play 20-minute blind levels the moment that they chopped the prize money. They did do a deal, which has seen Ola Shemian lock up more money than Mustafa Canet, 1,547,800 for Shemian. Phil Gruesome railing the action now. Canet guaranteed 1,462,000. There's still 50k in play. 50,000 and the trophy still up for grabs.
Don't often say this about poker players, but Phil looks dashing. Just going to leave that with you, audience.
So they've now played 92 hands at this final table. Will we get to 100? Canet on the ropes now with the blinds up. 15 big blinds, kind of getting into shove or fold territory. Shemian with queens.
Now it just depends if Canet's got something worthy of fighting back with. Certainly looks interested. Not that that says much, heads up.
Call.
Oh, he shoves and called, and seven's the hand for Canet. He did find something. It's not as good as Shemian, though. Canet's a 4-to-1 dog at risk. Shemian on the verge of winning the super high roller.
But what about the super quadruple triumvirate super vector thing?
Looks like he'll be denied unless he hits a 7. And you know what they say, Matt? It is always coming 7.
Well, then he must be feeling very positive. That 19% is only maths. It doesn't take into account the fact that it is always coming, the 7. Well, hello there.
I always make quotes with 7s.
Lucky number, huh?
Possibly a slight exaggeration. So if Shemian's queens hold, we have a champion here in Monaco. And there's a queen on the flop, and that's pretty much going to seal the deal. Canet needs running spades or running 7s.
7 or spade.
It's okay.
Down to 4% equity and likely to be drawing dead on the turn. If it isn't a spade or a 7, we have a winner. It is a spade, we have a sweat.
Oh, 8 outs in the deck.
It ain't over till it's over. Canet will double up if a spade hits the river.
I won't ask you to guess what the Twitch chat is currently spamming.
It's gonna be
7's
8
no
of
good.
spade. Not so big, not so.
It's okay.
Or queen. You can finish it with queen. Quad queens.
That would be nice, huh?
Yeah, I want main scoop like this.
Quad
queens.
So unless it's a spade on the river, it's all over. And Ola Shemian is a champion. It's the 7 of clubs, too little, too late. Mustafa Canet is the runner-up as Ola Shemian takes down the super high roller event here at the PokerStars of Monte-Carlo Casino EPT Grand Final.
Well, that was fab. What a fab final table.
Fast and furious, with a great heads-up battle, albeit a short one between Canet and Shemian. And it's Ola who takes it down for more than 1.5 million euros. Another big result, another huge score for Mustafa Canet.
Yeah, it's not the win we were hoping for the fairy tale story, but still such an impressive result.
Thank you.
Fantastic 12 months for him. Some of our viewers are worried what they're meant to do. Like 5 hours, what are they meant to do now for the rest of their day?
Well, they got the free roll in 2 hours and 10 minutes time. That's the best we can do, okay?
Sorry, guys, that's all we can offer you.
But remember, this is only day 1 of 7. We've still got the FPS and the EPT main event to come.
Day 1 of how many?
7.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Congrats to both these guys for making it into the top 2. And huge congrats to Olashemian for taking down a super high roller, 1,597,800 euros. After doing the deal, Mustafa Kanat locked up 1,462,000. And congratulations to the other 6 players who cashed but didn't win, taking a share of the near €6 million prize pool. But this is Olashemian's moment. He is a super high roller champ, and he is down on the tournament floor with our very own Joe Stapleton.
Olashemian, so much swag. I feel like we haven't seen that much of you since the Bahamas this year. Where have you been?
I didn't play so much poker. I just wanted to take my time off and, yeah, have time for something else in life. And to come back with a fresh mind for poker. And, yeah, worked out pretty good, actually.
A fresh mind, a full head of hair, and an excellent beard. Do you think that played into your win at all today?
Yes, it all played. All the karma counts. Yes, I believe.
And you didn't. Mustafa Kanat, he called his shot, said he was going to win this event. You denied him that. Does that make this any sweeter?
Yeah, sure. It's very sweet to win against Mustafa. Very good friend of mine. And yeah, it's an honor to beat him in heads up for sure.
And this puts you at number 2 on the German all-time money list. Any predictions for when we're going to get you to number 1?
No.
No prediction whatsoever from this guy. A man of few words. Let's give it up for the EPT and Monte-Carlo Casino Super High Roller Season 12 champion, Olashemian.
And of course, as we learned from Igor Kurganov, Olashemian, one of the reasons why he took time off was to start a family. Ola is now a dad. There's a child in the family, and he is a super high roller winner as well. Trophy and baby, what more can you ask for?
So you're telling me if we do this job long enough, we're going to see all these poker kids grow up and become grandfathers? I am so old. I feel so scared.
A fun final table, a worthy winner. And remember, we're going to see another trophy awarded tomorrow with the FPS final table. More on that in a moment. Let's have Olashemian enjoy his moment in the limelight, and he's presented with the Champions Trophy.
Welcome to the winner's presentation for the PokerStars and Monte-Carlo Casino Season 12 Super High Roller, where another massive amount of money has changed hands. With me to help present the trophy is Cedric Below, EPT Manager, and Thomas Lamash, EPT Tournament Director. Before we hand the trophy off, let's get a big round of applause for our runner-up, Mustafa Kanat. Now there's only one thing left to do. Let's give that trophy to our champion, Olashemian.
And with that win today, Olashemian moves up the super high roller all-time money list. Shemian now sits in 10th place. Meanwhile, Mustafa Kanat moves into 5th. Igor Kurganov, with the result today, moved up into 4th. Altogot still tops that list of players who've won big scores in super high roller events on the European Poker Tour. So that concludes our super high roller coverage here in Monaco. As I mentioned, tomorrow is all about the FPS main event. I just checked on the blog for live updates, Matt. They're down to 15 players right now, playing down to the final table today. Live updates available via the PokerStarsblog.com. Neil Farrell, EPT12 Malta champ, still among the chip leaders. So we'll have that final table for you tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. Central European time. You can also go to the PokerStarsblog.com if you want live reports from day 1A of the EPT main event. We've been following Vicky Corrin on Twitter. She seems to be having a blast.
Absolutely, and also worth mentioning, Neil Farrell, hey, EPT Not Live might be worth downloading that if you've got nothing to do for the next few hours and we're expecting more poker.
Absolutely. So join us tomorrow for day 2 of 7, the final table.